1, 2, testing. Yes, good morning, listeners and viewers. We are here at the Mindoo Phillip Park to witness to the final National Cricket Association to the finals between Central Castries and Grizzly. And we are hoping to see a very competitive game between the two teams, as both teams has some national players. And I'm sure they will want to showcase the talent here today. To my left in the commentary booth is Mr. Roland Cox, the great statistician. And to my right is Mr. Oliver, who is bringing the cricket for you alive. The sun is not really out in all its brilliance as yet, but we are blessed with good weather so far, and we hope to have good weather for the continuation of this to the finals. The umpires out there in the middle, Cuthbert McVeigh and Ali Augustine. Two young and upcoming umpires, very promising. And I'm sure the players have lots of confidence in the two umpires. So Grizzly won the toss and they decided to bowl first. And Cuthbert McVeigh signal signaling to the scorers that they're about to begin. And will be Davin Ford will pick up the attack. Davin Ford will pick up the attack for the Grizzly team, and they will hope to have early success. But the Grizzly batsmen will have other ideas, and they will want to bat as long as possible. So we're just trying to sort out the two batsmen, but it's Theo Edwards who is facing the first delivery from Ford, and he's beaten outside the off stump. So a good first delivery there by Ford, pitching just outside off stump and seaming away. And Theo was forward defensive, but the ball beating the outside edge and into the gloves of the keeper, Noel Leo. So a good first delivery there by Davin Ford. So he has free slips, a gully, backward point cover, extra cover, and on the inside he has a midden, a whitish fine leg as Ford. Goes 2 feet outside the offside, and he drives square on the offside down to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot. This time he had the whiff, and he played it through the backward point area and down to the boundary for 4. So Theo Edward, after being beaten by the first delivery from Ford, he got a loosen outside the off stump, and he capitalized on it, and he got 4 runs. So he's off the mark with 4, and so too is the Castries. They are 4 without loss, and so it's Vena, the non-striker, as there is a slight adjustment being made to the field. The point is being pushed a little backward as a good comeback delivery there by Ford, and Edward is forward in defense. The ball trickles on the offside, and there is no run. So Theo Edward, promising young batsman, has been going for a rough time of late, but he will want to stay out there and get some runs for his team. As Ford will have other ideas. He runs away from us now. Boats to Edward, a ball outside the off stump, and Theo Edward doesn't play. The ball goes through to the wicket keeper Noel Leo, who collects behind the stumps, and there is no run. So we are still in the first over, 4 without loss. As I told you before, Grizzly won the toss and decided to bowl first. And the opening batsman for the Castries team is Theo Edward and Vena. Is it Omari or Tyler? Omari Vena. Oh my goodness! And the ball is in the air and he's out, caught and bowled. So a very soft dismissal there, Theo Edward getting the short delivery, and he played a nothing shot, and the ball just kind up in the air, and Davin Ford taking the easiest of catches. So Grizzly, they have gotten an early wicket. Theo Edward, he was caught and bowled Davin Ford for 4. So Central Castries, they are 4 for 1. So I'll give you the name of the new batsman in a while. So it's Jamal James, the dependable Jamal James, former Windwards player. And I'm sure he will want to stamp his authority here today. We use all his experience. But Central Castries, they are in early trouble. And Jamal James and Omari Venner will want to do the repair job for them. But Davenport and the Grizzly team will have other ideas, and they will want to make further inroads into the Central Castries batting. So Jamal James has just taken his guard from umpire Cuthbert McVeigh, and he's marking his guard with one of the bails. And he's preparing to face the bowling of Davenport, who I'm sure will be very happy to get an early breakthrough for his team, and he'll want to put Jamal James under early pressure as James settles on weight and forward. Number 6 on his back, but Jamal James is not yet ready. He moves away. Grizzly won the toss and they decided to field first. So all is ready now as Ford. 2 James outside the off stump. James doesn't play, and the ball goes for to wicket keeper Noel Leo. So at the end of the first over, Central Castries, they were sent in by Grizzly. They are 4 for 1. The batsman out. Theo Edward, he was caught and bowled by Davenport for 4. So it's going to be Cyril to pick up the attack from the river end or the northern end. And he'll be bowling to the left-handed Omari Venner. So there are 2 left-handers at the wicket at the moment. Both Jamal James and Omari Venner are left-handers. So Omari Venner taking his guard from umpire Ali Augustine. And he probably is taking also an off guard also. So Cyril is bowling with 3 slips. The first slip a bit wideish. Noel Leo. And backward point. Cover. Made off. I break now as Cyril comes in. From the front bowls to Venner. Venner gets a delivery on a butt leg stump, plays it on the onside, and they go through for a single. So Omari Venner is off the mark. So 1 more to the total, 5 for 1. And the new batsman Jamal James will be on strike. He's taking his guard from umpire Augustine. And on the onside, he has a mid wicket, but the mid wicket is being put to a short fine leg. And so Cyril again, this time to Omari Venner. Was to JJ, and that's a delivery outside the off stump, a bit wideish, but umpire Ali Augustine did not stretch out the arms, so no damage done. Still 5 for 1. As I said, Theo Edward, the batsman out. He was caught and bowled Davenport for 4 after playing a glorious shot in the over. He played a nothing shot and was caught and bowled. As Cyril, 2 James outside the off stump. James doesn't play, and the wicketkeeper Noel doesn't collect, and the ball goes behind him down to the boundary for 4 by. So it's sloppy work there by Noel Leo. Yeah, I was told there by my scorer that the ball kept a bit low, but he should have used his pads anyway. So 4 more to the total, 9 for 1. So Cyril, I'm sure, will not be impressed with Leo, but that happens sometimes. Cyril Once more balls to James, and James hits that over the infield down to the extra cover boundary for 4. Good shot. It was outside the off stump, and he had the whiff and he frees arms. Good shot by Jamal James over the infield down to the extra cover boundary for 4. So the score moves on to 13 for 1. And these two, Omar Rivena and Jamal James, they will want to stay as long as possible to give Central Castries a good score on the board, because they lose an early wicket, so these two will have to consolidate and bat as long as possible for the team. But as I said, the Grizzly team, they will have other ideas, and they will want to make further inroads in the Central Castries batting. So it's the 2-day finals between Grizzly and Central Castries as Cyril bowls to James, and he gets a better delivery on off stump this time. Comes forward, and the ball taking the inside portion of the bat and going on the onside in mid-wicket area, but they had ample time to go through for a single. So the score moves on to 14. 14 for 1. So the Mindoo Phillip pack is bathing sunshine at the moment. For the past 3 or 4 days, we have had very good weather in St. Lucia, though we are still in the rainy season, but give thanks to the Most High for good weather, as Cyril bowls to Venner down the leg side. It goes to for the flick shot, but let's wait for the umpire. It's a bye. So 15 for 1. Yeah, bye. So at the end of the second over, the Central Castries team, they were inserted by Grizzly. After the second over, they are 15 for 1. The batsman out. Theo Edwards in the first over. Cotton Bowl Davenport for 4. But to me, it's one. So it's Ford who will continue the attack for the Grizzly team. So I've been corrected there by my score. It's 16 for 1. As Ford to Venner down the leg side, goes for the flick shot, and again Noel Leo doesn't collect cleanly, and they go through for what will be signaled by the umpire now. Bye. So 17 for 1, and Noel Leo has been sloppy this morning. He has considered around the 7 byes. No, James facing now. So it's James to face Ford. Oh, that's a good little release. Hit on the pad, allow the appeal. Oh my goodness, umpire McVeigh says no. But the thing is, sometimes is not where you end up after. It was one. Yeah, so that was a glad appeal and a very good shout too, because as I was saying, is not where you end up after you've been hit, is where you was hit. But anyway, umpire McVeigh is in the best position at the moment, and he says no, and Jamal James lives to fight another day. But it was very, very, very close. So it's 16, I'm Coxey. 16 for 1 as Ford to James again. Again, and my goodness. Is he bowled? Yes, he is. He left the ball outside the off stump and the ball came back and he was bowled. So my goodness, another soft dismissal for the Central Castries team. And now they are in further trouble at 16 for 2. Jamal James was bowled by Davenport. And so they are really up against it now at 16 for 2. And Ford really into a marvelous spell of bowling. And swing bowling at that. He's swinging that ball almost square. And so the Central Castries team, they will have a lot of work to do to really take themselves out of this hole they are at the moment. But they can have some hope because they are exactly the score that's the total, the number that Sir Stephen Natram has on his back is 16, and the score is 16 for 2. So Stephen Natram, with all his experience, he will have to really dig in and bat as long as possible. But at the moment, Grizzly, they have the tails up. And why not? They have Central Castries 16 for 2. As Stephen Natram, the batsman, has just taken his guard from umpire McVeigh. And I'm sure Davenport is a happy man, and so too is the rest of the Grizzly team, as Stephen Natram, the prolific batsman, waits for Ford, and Ford bowls outside the off stump, and Stephen doesn't play, and the ball goes through to wicketkeeper Noel Leo, and there is no run. So still 16 for 2. So the Grizzly bowlers, they are keeping a tight rein on the Central Castries batsmen. Not few loose deliveries to take advantage of. As Ford bowls to Stephen again outside the off stump, but he doesn't play. So he's really watchful. Natram, he knows his team is in trouble and they need him. He's one of the most experienced batsmen, most prolific batsmen too. And he will want to stay there as long as possible. But at the moment, Grizzly, they're really bowling well. As Ford to Stephen, he gets a full delivery, but could not take full advantage of it and hit it straight to the man at mid-off. And so there is no run. So at the end of the third over, Central Castries, they were inserted by Grizzly, and they are in early trouble at 16 for 2.
Still searching to get after a while. So 3 over 16 for 2.
So Stephen Natram and Omar Rivera, a ball down the leg side from Cyril. And wicketkeeper Noel Leo collects behind the stumps, no run. So Cyril is bowling with 2 slips, a gully, deep backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, a square leg, keeping the umpire company, and a wideish fine leg. As Cyril bowls to the batsman Vena. He gets a good delivery on off stump. He's forward in defense. The ball trickles on the offside, and there is no run. But Cyril, the strong young man, is hitting the deck very hard. It was a good delivery, but Omari Venner was equal to the task, playing a solid 4 defensive shots. As Cyril again from the northern end or river end comes steaming in. Passes umpire Augustine, goes to Venner, and Venner again, textbook style, forward and pushing that one to mid-off area. No run, but it looks good. Total picture. Head over the ball, elbows well cocked. The sun has gone behind the cloud for a while, but still good weather. So you can hear the Grizzly fielders there cheering up the bowler. And they are a very happy bunch at the moment because they have Central Castries 16 for 2 as Cyril bowls to Venner, and Venner drives. Beautiful shot. But he'll get one because the man from mid-off goes to his right and makes the stop, but they go through for a single. But as I said, Venner looks very good. So one more to the total, 17 for 2. And Stephen Natram has just called for another bat. Let's hope it will bring him luck, but sometimes I've seen it happen. As soon as you change your bat, you get out. But let's hope that's not the case. As he's taking his guard from umpire Augustine. From here looks like a middle stump guard. And the sun is back in all its brilliance. Here at the Mindoo Phillip Park, we are witnessing the 2-day finals, National Cricket Association 2-day finals between Grizzly and Central Castries as Cyril comes steaming in from the far end. Bowls to Nature Man, he drives. Beautiful shot. But the man on the sweeper boundary. There's the fielding, and Stephen Natram is off the mark. So it's 18 for 2. But it was a delightful shot there by Natram. And if he stays there for at least half an hour, we will see some exhibition of good batting because he's a very good batsman. But Omari Venner will want to stay there with him to give him good support. And so far, Omari Venner has been looking very good as Cyril. To Venner, he gets a good delivery. That one coming back, but wrapping him somewhere on the 5 pad a bit too high. And so, no damage done. So, at the end of the 4th over, Central Castries, they were sent in by Grizzly. They are 18 for 2. The batsman out. Theo Edward, he was caught and bowled Davenport for 4. And Jamal James, he left the ball outside the off stump, and the ball came back and knocked his off stump, and he was bowled by Ford for 5. So Ford has taken both wickets to fall, and I'm sure he's looking for many more as he runs away from us and bowls to the batsman. It goes for slash outside the off stump, and the ball taking the outside edge and go flying over the slips and down to the third man boundary for 4. So Stephen Natram, as you know, he's a hard-hitting batsman, and he went through the kitchen sink at that one. And there is a saying, if you go in, go hard, and he did go hard. And as I said, the ball taking the outside edge and flying over the slips down the third man boundary for 4. So 22 for 2. But Captain Kimani Melius has removed one of the slips, and he's sent him down to short third man in Jad Goodman. But it might be a moral victory for Ford as he bowls to Stephen once more, and that one outside the off stump and dying before it reaches the keeper, and they go through for a bye. So far, Noel Leo has not been up to the standard that we know he can be up to. He's a very good wicket keeper, but this morning he has been having some difficulty. And he has given around 8 to 9 byes so far. And I'm sure the Central Castries team will be very happy with the help that Noel Leo is giving them. So Ford will bowl to Omari Venner. Bowls to Venner. A loud appeal, but clearly from here, you could see it was hit outside off stump. Yeah, but Ford is really swinging that ball. Yeah, and he has some clouds overhead, which helps him also. But some display of very good fast bowling by the young man, Davin Ford. Wow, marvelous figures. 2.3 overs, 2 wickets for 8 runs. As he bowls to Venner again. You can see that one swinging, but Venner is forward defensive solidly. And the ball goes on the offside, and there is no run. So good cricket being played here at the Mindoo Phillip Park. And it was expected because they are two very good teams. But so far, Grizzly is in front. But I'm sure the Central Castries team, they will not give up the fight. They will continue fighting. As Ford will have other ideas. Bowls to Venner again. He gets a good delivery coming into him. But looks solid again. Plays it on the onside. And there is no run. Still 22 for 2. All the twos. Just a sprinkling of spectators around, but probably later on we might see a few more people coming in. As Ford receives the ball from Lee John, number 14 on his back, Lee John. Ford's number 6 on his back as he passes umpire McVeigh. Bowls to Venner down the leg side. There is an appeal, but clearly it wasn't from the bat. And so umpire McVeigh says not out. So at the end of the 5th over, the score 22 for 2. Central Castries was sent in by Grizzly. As I said, Theo Edward was first to go. He was cut and bowled by Davin Ford for 4. And Jamal James letting the ball go outside the off stump. The ball came back and knocking the off stump. And he was bowled for 5. So Davin Ford doing a very good job for his team. And Cyril at the other end is giving him good support, though not in the wicket column as yet, but he has been bowling very tight. And so they are complementing each other very well. Cyril to Natram, and he opens the face of the bat and plays the ball to the extra cover area, and they go through for a single. So the score was on to 23 for 2. 24 have just been corrected there by our scorer Roland Cox. So it's 24 for 2. And it's the left-handed Omari Venner who will be taking strike from Cyril. Stephen Natram is the right-hander. And so far he's looking good too. Stephen Natram, he knows that he has to stay there as long as possible. As Cyril bowls to Venner, good delivery on or about middle and off, and Venner is solid in defense. And the ball trickles on the offside, and there is no run. So good cricket being played here at the Mindoo Phillip Park between these two teams. Oh, okay. So the pitch looks a very good pitch. You will get what you put in as cereal. Balls to Fenner. There is a loud appeal. Ball on our back leg stump and he flicks it down to the final area and it's a leg by, but it was a good appeal though because he shuffled a little bit across. But umpire Augustine is in the best position on his signals leg by. So Cyril will want to bowl a more off stump line, though it's the right hander who is on strike now, so Stephen Natram. Stephen Natram, he settles on with as Cyril bowls to him, a good delivery, plays it the extra cover area. They fought for a while for a single, but the fielders moved quickly to the ball, and so they had to negate the attempt for the run. So again, the sun is back in all its glory here at the Mindoo Phillip Park. Good conditions for cricket. And the players, they are enjoying themselves out in the middle. Grizzly will be the happier of the two teams as Cyril. To Natram, he gets a delivery on about midland leg and plays it to a short mid-wicket area. And so there is no run. So good stuff, good bowling by both Ford and Cyril. And they are keeping the batsman quiet, not giving them any... yeah. Not giving the batsman any whiff to free the arms. But the important thing for the two batsmen, they will have to stay in and bat as long as possible. And when the lesser bowlers comes around, they will try and capitalize. Okay. So here's the last ball of the 6 over. 25 for 2, Central Castries of Cyril. Pulls to Letchram, he goes for the flick shot. There is a loud appeal, but probably he had a little nick also. And so all well, that ends well. So at the end of the 6 over, Central Castries was sent in by Grizzly. They are 25 for 2. Theo Edward and Jamal James, they're back in the pavilion. And so these two will marry Venner and Stephen Natram. They will really have to consolidate. And as I said, bat as long as possible. So Venner is not out on 2. As another delivery there from Ford. And the batsman playing a lovely shot there. So push shot and was an on drive. A beautiful shot by Venner for 4. So the score moves on to 29. 29 for 2. And as I said, so far Venner has been looking very good, especially in defense. He has a solid defense, and that is the hallmark of a good batsman. A batsman has to have a defense. And so far, Venner is looking very good, and that last shot was testament of how well he has played this morning as Ford again to Venner, and Venner gets a ball outside just and it curled back. But no damage done, and the ball goes through to Noel Leo behind the stumps. But Ford, he has been bowling very well indeed. And that's why he has taken the 2 wickets. He induced Edward into a false shot. And nothing short, and the ball sky in the air, and he taking the return catch, and he had Jamal James leaving the ball outside Justin, which cut back sharply and bowled James. So he's bowling very well as he bowls to Venner, and Venner drives. Beautiful shot. Two fielders giving chase. Let's see if they will retrieve the ball. No, the ball beats them into the boundary for 4. Another glorious on drive by Venner. And to play the on drive, you must be a good player. And so the score moves on to 33 for 2. So 2 consecutive boundaries there for Venner in the over so far. 2 good on drives. And he's looking good. And I'm sure Stephen Natram will be very happy with the young batsman. I'm sure the two of them will want to put a very good partnership for the team. As Ford to Venner. Venner gets a good delivery, good comeback delivery there by Ford, but Venner is solidly behind it, showing the bowler the full face of the bat. But Kimani saying that 2-1 drive is trying to cut off the possibility of another on drive, so he has come very close to the pitch as Ford bowls to Venner, and Venner clips that off his pads, but straight to the man at square leg, who fields cleanly, no run. And so very good cricket here at the Mindoo. Phillip Park, very competitive. Grizzly making the early breakthrough, getting 2 wickets for Theo Edward and Jamal James, but Omari Venn and Stephen Natram are staging a mini fight back at the moment as Ford bowls to Venner. Good delivery again, and Venner plays it to Captain Melius at the mid-on area, shot mid-on area, and there is no run. So at the end of the over, Central Castries, as I said before, they were sent in by Grizzly, and at the moment they are 33 for 2. Stephen Nicham is not out on 6, and Omari Venner not out on 10. So it's Cyril who will continue the attack for the Grizzly team. He will want to get among the wickets as he comes in. Balls to Natram. Natram gets a delivery outside the off stump. He doesn't play. And wicket keeper Noel Leo collects behind the stumps. And there is no run. So there is a cut and mouse being played there between the clouds and the sun. One moment the sun is out in all its brilliance, and the next moment it's behind the clouds, but still very good weather, and I'm sure the players will be very happy out there. Cool conditions, not too hot. As Cyril prepares to come in once more to bowl to Stephen Natram. Bowls to Natram. He gets a good delivery on he's out caught. Oh my goodness. And as I said, Cyril will want to get among the wickets. And he got Stephen Natram squared up there. Good delivery. Pitch on middle stump and leaving him slightly. And the ball taking the outside edge. And he was out caught in the slips, Coxie, by Kimani Melius. So, a big wicket, the big fish. Stephen Natram is out, and Central Castries, they are in further trouble now with all the frees. 33 for 3. Yes, so that was a brute of a delivery. He had to play because the ball was pitched on middle stump. and that left him late and took the outside edge, and Kimani Melius gobbling him up in the slips there. So yes, I think that's Jaden Eli Box. Yes. Yes, so Jaden Eli Box, another experienced player. He and Omari Bennett will have to really stage a recovery, stage a fight back. But at the moment, Grizzly, they are on top. And as I was saying, Cyril will want to get into the wicket column, and he produced a magnificent delivery to Stephen Nature on a ball pitch on middle stump and left him late. Stephen had to play. And the ball taking the outside edge, and Captain Kimani Melius taking the catch. So, Grizzly will be very happy with proceeding so far, because remember, they won the toss and they sent in the Central Castries team. But there is, somebody on the field, and he's taking his time to walk away. He's so plays halted for a while, and he's taking his merry time to walk off the field. So Cyril, I'm sure his tail is up after getting the prize wicket of Stephen Nature. He comes into the new batsman, Eli Box, and Eli Box gets a ball outside the off stump. He doesn't have to play, and he doesn't play, and the ball is taken there by wicketkeeper Noel Leo, and there is no run. Davin Ford 4 overs, no maiden, 1 maiden, 16 runs, 2 wickets, and Janelle Cyril 3.3 overs, no maidens, 9 runs, 1 wicket. So they have been doing a very good job for the team so far. Cyril comes steaming in from the northern end, bowls to Eli Box. He gets the ball on off stump, plays it to the man at mid-off. Stylishly, no run. Still 43 for free. So Central Castries, they are under a lot of pressure at the moment. Free of the main batsman back in the hut. So they will have to really dig themselves out of this hole that they're in at the moment. But Cyril and the other bowlers on the Grizzly team will want to make further inroads into the Central Castries batting. As Cyril bowls and Eli Box drives back to the bowler, who doesn't feel cleanly, but the man from the mid-off area skip across and fields, and there is no run. So the sun is back in all its brilliance at the moment at the Mindoo Phillip Park. As Eli Box prepares to face another delivery from Cyril. As I said, Cyril, a strong lad, hits that deck very hard. Here he comes again from the Novana River end. Bowls to Eli Box. He gets another good delivery and plays it on the onside, and Cyril feels his own bowling, and there is no run. So at the end of the over, the score 33 for free. It's a maiden wicket. I've just been told by my scorer, Roland Cox. So tight stuff there by the Grizzly team. They are not giving the Central Castries batsmen no room to free their arms, and so they will have to find a way to score runs. But at the moment, it's Grizzly who is really on top. But it's a 2-day game, so The batsman doesn't have to be in a hurry. Try and consolidate. As for I'm sure he's not getting tired because he has 2 wickets under his belt. So here he comes once more. Bowls to Venner, who drives stylishly into the cover area. No run. But so far I've been impressed with Venner. He looks good. He's playing straight, playing each ball on its merit. And that's a good sign for the Central Castries team. And Eli Box, as I said, is an experienced player, so the two of them will want to stay there as long as possible. As Ford bowls to Venner, and he flicks that off his path for the backward square area. They go for one, but that's all they'll get because the fielder is quickly onto the ball. So one more to the total. 34 for free. And it brings in the new batsman, Eli Box. He's taking his guard from umpire McVeigh. Ford will continue. Bowls to Eli Box. And Eli Box leaving that one outside the off stump. But he must be careful because his left-hander, the left-hander Jamal James got a ball outside the off stump which he left on those balls. So Eli Box will have to be careful because Ford is swinging that ball big. 34 for free. Ford to Eli Box. He bowls clearly going down the leg side. But you could see that ball swinging in the air. So a good exhibition of fast bowling by Ford. And he's ably supported at the other end by Cyril, who got the prize wicket of Stephen Natram. So Central Castries in all sorts of trouble. But they bat a bit deep, so let's see what will happen as Ford. Post there is a loud appeal, but the umpire Covert says no. But Eli Box will have to be careful. He's shuffling across his stumps, and he'll be better advised to try and get as much bat as possible to the deliveries, because he might get unlucky and be given out leg before. But let's see as Ford. Again, I think he's up on the pad, and the ball goes down to the wideish fine leg area, and they go through for a leg by. So the score 45 for free. So at the end of the over, Central Castries, they were sent in by Grizzly. They have 35 for free. The batsmen out, Theo Edward, Jamal James, and Stephen Natram. So in the Ashes, England getting the first victory in the Ashes. They won. They beat Australia, and so Australia leading 3-1 as Cyril comes in, bowls to Eli Box, and he drives through the extra cover area. They have gone for one, but it was partially stopped by the man at extra cover, and the man sweep a boundary going to his left, making the cleanup, and they go through for a single. So one more to the total, 46 for free. But in that test match between Australia and England in the Ashes, game finishing inside 2 days. As they're at the Mindoo Phillip packets, the battle between Central Castries and Grizzly in the National Cricket Association to the competition. As Cyril bowls to high box. Oh my goodness! He drives, and the man in the cover area got his body in the way, and he surely saved a boundary there, I think. In the meantime, they go through for a single. 47 for free, but he was a brave man because that ball was struck hard by the batsman. But he put his body on the line for his team. So, that's a brave man, a little man, but with a very big heart. Young man in the cover area has Cyril will bowl to Eli Box. Two left-handers at the crease, so Murray Venner, Jaden Eli Box. Eli Box is facing Cyril. Oh my goodness, and Eli Box has been hit on the pad around 3 or 4 times in his innings so far. But good pressure has been applied there by both Ford and Cyril for the Grizzly team. And the Central Castries batsmen, they're really up against it at the moment. But they're fighting. And that's good to see. Still 47 for free. Cyril comes charging in. Passes umpire Augustine. Bowls to Eli Box. Eli Box drives. Square on the offside. The sweeper. Elcock does the fielding. And the batsmen go through for a single. So one more to the total. 38 for free. Eli Box not out on 2. Venner is on 12. So Venner, yeah, 12 from 23 balls and with 2 falls. He gets a delivery outside the off stump. He doesn't play. And the wicketkeeper Noel Leo collects behind the stumps. And there is no run. And again, the cat and mouse play between the cloud and the sun is continuing. The cloud has overpowered the sun once more, and cool conditions again here at the Mindoo Flip Pack. So it's Cyril who will continue the bowling for the Grizzly team, and he'll be bowling to Venner. Here comes Cyril. Bowls to Venner. Outside the off stump, Venner shows good judgment. He doesn't play. And the wicketkeeper collects behind the stump. So at the end of the over, Central Castries, they were sent in by Grizzly. They are 38 for free. Jaden Eli Box not out on 2. 10 overs gone. And Venner is not out on 12. So after 10 overs, Central Castries, they are 38 for free. So there is a bowling change from the southern end. It's Can Elcock. And we can recall earlier in this year in the SPL, he had some very good spells. So let's hope it will continue here today as Elcock bowls to Eli Box. And that's a very good first delivery by Elcock, forcing Eli Box to play defensively. So that's a very good sign, and Elcock will be very happy at his first delivery in the match. Force the batsman to defend. So, but there is a little problem there, I think, with the bat of Eli Box. I think he's asking for a replacement. And so we have a little hold up in play. as an aeroplane passes above us in the commentary booth. And so Eli Box getting his replacement bat, and he's going back to do battle against Can Elcock. 58 for free, batsman out, Theo Edward. Theo Edward for 4. Jamal James is out for 5. And Stephen Nitram, he was out for 6. So all is ready now as Eli Box settles and waits on Elcock. Number 2 on his back. Passes umpire McVeigh. Bowls to Eli Box, the ball down the leg side, he going, trying to hit it over backward square, the ball taking the inside portion of the bat and beating the keeper to his left, and they go through 4. It's runs. It's run. Oh, took on the inside edge. So 1 more to the total. That's not where he intended, but nevertheless gets the run. So 40 for free. As Eli Box will face the bowling of Elcock. And Elcock tries a bouncer, and my goodness, and he hits that over the wideish fine leg area, over the boundary for 6. So a loose delivery there by Elcock, trying a short pitch delivery. It was wayward and sat up and begging to be hit. And Eli Box oblige, and he hit it over the wideish long on area for 6. So the score moves on to 46. 46 for free. And Elcock is been given a little advice there by the experienced Jad Goodman. I'm sure he's telling him, well, Elcock, you don't have the pace to pitch short. So look for a good line and length and let the batsman do the mistake. But I'm sure Eli Box will be very happy to get 6. And that will make his confidence a world of good as an aeroplane again passes overhead in the commentary booth. So Elcock will have to continue the good work that Ford and Steele started for the Grizzly team. And he will want to maintain the pressure on them. But that's what I was saying earlier. The batsmen just have to dig in, stay in. And when the lesser bowlers come in, they will be able to cash in or capitalize on them. As Elcock will try once more. He's bowling with 2 slips, a first slip and a third slip. A backward point. The cover. Mid off. On the inside, he has a mid on, a mid wicket, a deep backward square, and a wideish fine leg. As Elcock bowls to Eli Box, a better delivery, comes forward, open the face of the bat, plays it to the backward point area. The man misfields there, and they go through for a single. But that was a better line delivery by Elcock. So 1 more to the total, 46 for free. Eli Box quickly moves on to 11. Slowly catching up with Venner, who is on 12. Venner will be on strike. As Elcock will try once more for the Grizzly team. He passes umpire McVeigh, bowls to the batsman Venner, who gets a ball outside the off stump. He doesn't play. And the wicketkeeper collects behind the stumps, and there is no run. So it's the finals, the 2-day finals, National Cricket Association today competition, the finals between Grizzly and Central Castries, being played here at the Mindoo Phillip Park. Cool conditions at the moment. The sun is behind the cloud as Elcock to bowl to Venner outside the off stump again, showing good judgment, patience. Venner, he doesn't play, and Noel Leo collects behind the stumps, and there is no run. So at the end of the over, Central Castries, they were sent in by Grizzly. They are 47 for free. The batsmen out: Theo Edward, Jamal James, and Stephen Natram. So three good batsmen are already back in the pavilion. And so Omari Venner and Jaden Eli Box, they have a lot of work to do to try and rebuild and consolidate. So it's Ford who is picking up the attack at the far end. So he's not getting tired at all because he's bowling well. So when you're bowling well, you're not getting tired. And so he has been introduced at the northern end. He started at the southern end and he bowled very well indeed. He took the first 2 wickets and Cyril taking the third. So Ford. To Eli Box, and Eli Box hit that high and long off 6. Good shot by Eli Box. That one was in the slot and he had no second invitation. He went through the shot. And a beautiful shot, well balanced, and a good shot by Eli Box. So the 50 comes up for Central Castries. They are 53 for free, but it was 11.1 overs to get that 50. So good bowling by the Grizzly team. But again, he goes for the hit on one bounce over the. Oh, this time it's one bounce. And it's 4. But so far, Ford bringing the ball a bit too far up. And Eli Box going through the shots. The previous ball was 6. This time it's 4. And so Eli Box saying enough is enough. It's time for some runs to be scored. So the score moves on to 57 for free. And Eli Box is in a no-nonsense mood at the moment. Ford under some pressure in his second spell at the far end. Here he comes. Bolts with Eli Box. A shot delivery outside the off stump, and Eli Box showing good judgment and letting it go outside the off stump. Noel, wicketkeeper Noel Leo collects behind the stumps. And no run. Again, the sun is back in all its glory. All its brilliance are at the Mindoo Phillip Park. So it's a good little tussle between the clouds and the sun. And it's also a good tussle between the two teams, Grizzly and Central Castries out there in the middle. So, wicketkeeper Noel Leo has gone for his helmet. So he... so trying to put some pressure there on Eli Box as Ford comes in. Bowls to Eli Box, and Eli Box goes again aerially over the long on area. Let's wait for the signal by the umpire. It's 6 runs. So really and truly, Ford in his second spell from the northern end is being put to the sword, and he's in a lot of trouble there. He has been hit for 2 sixes on the 4 in the over. 16 in 5 balls, and so in 4 balls. He's under a lot of pressure. And Jaden Eli Box really putting him offline there. So it's so it's 63 now for free. And having a fight back there between Eli Box and Omari Venner. After Central Castries, they were in early trouble, losing 3 quick wickets. And so Omari Venner and Jaden Eli Box really trying to fight fire with fire, and so far they have been successful. So the ball went over the fence, so they will be looking for a replacement ball. A ball of similar wear up here, just 11. We end the 12 over, Coxie? Yeah, 11.4 overs. So there is a slight delay as the umpires were looking for a replacement ball. So we'll take a little break. So back here at the Mindoo Phillip pack, as I told you, Eli Box hit the ball over the fence into the river, so the umpires had to get a replacement ball, and drinks was taken. The players took the opportunity to take drinks. So we'll be having play in a while. The not out batsman, Jaden Elibox, he's not out on 27, and a quick 27-2 of 10 balls, 19 balls, 4 and 3 sixes. And Omari Vena is not out on 12 from 27 balls, 2 fours. And the bowling, Jadel Cyril, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 12 runs, 1 wicket. Elcock, 1 over, no maiden, 9 runs, no wickets. And Davin Ford, 5.4 overs, 1 maiden, 33 runs, 2 wickets. He started well at the southern end. They bowled very well, but so far He was being introduced at the northern end, and he has been roughly treated by Eli Box, and Eli Box drives skillfully, swiftly through the covers. They have gone for one, they're coming for the second, but the ball beats the fielder into the fence, and that's for lovely runs by Jaden Eli Box. That was a textbook shot there by Eli Box. Everything was in position, head over the ball, elbows, cock, and he bisected the two fielders. The man at the cover and the man at the mid-off area and down to the boundary for 4. So Eli Box. So 20 runs in the over so far, and one more ball to go. So really, Eli Box getting a like in there to Davin Ford. Let's see what Ford will deliver, and he gets a delivery and short delivery on the leg stump, and the Eli Box trying to swivel and hit it over backward square, but succeeding in getting the man at square leg. So no run. So at the end of the over, the score has rushed to 67 for 3. And 20 runs in that over from Davin Ford. So the northern end is not a happy hunting ground for him. At the moment in this first over, he was roughly treated by Eli Box. So we'll be seeing spin, Tariq Edward. Yeah, so we'll be seeing spin for the first time this morning. Tariq Edward. So Elcock had just one over. And so the experienced Tariq Edward, former under 19 West Indies player. And so let's see how he will perform for his team. He's a tall, lanky off spinner, so we will be expecting to get some bonks and turn. And as we know, West Indians, they are not too good at playing the spin, so let's see what will transpire as Edward bowls to Venner outside the off stump, and again Noel is having a very bad day so far behind the stumps, and more buys. So one more to the total, 68 for 3. And I don't know what's the problem with Noel, but I got the information that before they went to Dominica, he had an accident. So I don't know if that's still playing on his mind, but he's not keeping well today at all. As Edward to Eli Box, a flighter delivery, and my goodness, that one passing close to the off stump, but that will be a leg break to the left-handed batsman, because Tariq Edward is an off spinner. So to the right-hander, it will be an off break, but to the left-handed batsman, it will be a leg break as Edward bowls to Eli Box. This time he's solidly in defense, plays the ball on the offside. Jad feels, and there is no run. So far so good for Tariq Edward and the Grizzly team. No damage done. A flighter delivery again. It goes, and we might be in trouble here, Coxie. He's over on the roof above us, and 6 runs. 6 runs there by Eli Box. So Tariq Edward, after flighting a few deliveries, this time he flighted again, and Eli Box chipping down the wicket and hitting him straight over outside the commentary booth for 6. So a good shot by Eli Box. And so the score rushes to 74 for 3. And Eli Box is going great guns. He's 37 from 24 balls, 2 fours, 4 sixes, and really and truly, he is in a no-nonsense mood. He is at a strike rate of 154, and really and truly, he really wants to put the Grizzly bowlers offline, because so far the Grizzly bowlers, the morning session, they bowl very well. And so Eli Box and Omari Venner, they're trying to rebuild. And so far they're doing a very a good job. Kimani Melius places himself at slip and asking Edward to cut that ball across the left-hander, but badly lined on leg stump, and he plays it into the wide-ish mid-on area, and they go through for a single. So one more to the total, 75 for free. Better line delivery this time, and the batsman Omari Venner plays defensively. So at the end of the over, Central Castries, as I said before, they were sent in by Grizzly. They're 75 for free, and the batsmen out. Theo Edward, Jamal James, and Stephen Natram, they're all back in the pavilion. But these two, Jaden Lybox and Omari Venner, they're putting a very good action, and they're fighting, not giving up. And so we are having a very good game between the two teams. As expected, because as I said, both teams has good players. So after one over in his second spell forward from the northern end, he was roughly treated 20 runs of his over. And so he's been replaced by Beyond Fanis. And it's going to be Jaden Lybox. He has called on for his helmet. And so Fanis comes sprinting in. Passes umpire Augustine bowls to Eli Box. He gets a good delivery on off stump, making some height. He gets on top of it, opening the face of the bat and playing it to the backward point area, and they go through for a quick single. So one more to the total, 76 for free. Eli Box moves on to 49. And then on 12 will be on strike. Fanis. Oh, that's a wayward delivery. But it's not called wide by umpire Augustine. But Fanis will be advised to make the batsman play as often as possible. But he's in his first over, so he's a bit rusty. But I think he will get it right as the over continues. Venner settles away his bat. Cool conditions again, the sun behind the clouds as Fanis bowls to Venner. He's out caught! A good catch by Kimani Melius. A ball outside the off stump. Venner fishing at it, the ball taking the outside edge. And Kimani Melius in the slip area taking a very good catch going to his left. And so another wicket going down for Central Castries. They're 76 for 4 now. After that good little partnership between the two. Venner goes a fighting knock. But he's heading back to the pavilion now, and you can see the Grizzly team there in a huddle. And they are very happy, all smiles on their faces. And Central Castries, they are in further trouble. Sukwa. So the new batsman is Tyler Sukwa, number 2 on his bat. He has some batting ability. So he will want to stay there with Jaden Lybox, who has been playing very well indeed. But Kimani Melius has been catching very well so far. He has 2 catches so far in the slips. And if that's an indication that Kimani Melius is seeing the ball well, so he might get some runs. Yeah, because when a batsman is feeling, yeah. So, as we said, the new batsman, Tyler Sukwa, and he'll be facing Beyond Funny. So, Tyler Sukwa is a fast bowler, so he should know something about fast bowling, to how to negotiate it as a batsman. Let's wait and see. But Fanis will have other ideas, and he'll want to see the back of Sukwa as soon as possible. Here comes Fanis from the northern end. Bowls to Sukwa, and Sukwa is solidly in behind it. A ball on about middle and off. A ball trickles on the offside. And there is no run. Still 76 for 4. But these two, they will have to stay there as long as possible because not much batting left. But they will have to fight. If they can stay there, if these two can stay there until lunch, it will be a good thing for them, but Fanis will have other ideas. Here he comes. Balls to Sukwa again. He's behind it. Looks good. As I said, he has some batting ability. And he has showed that so far in the 2 deliveries that he has faced. So Fanis is bowling with 2 slips, a girly, a deep backward point, a cover made on square leg and a wideish fine leg. As Fanis in bright sunshine here at the Mindoo flip back from the northern end. Bowls to Sukwa and no ball is called the signal and called by umpire Augustine. So he's Roland Cox saying that the batsman got a touch onto the ball, but yeah, no ball was called by the umpire, and the wicket keeper did not call it cleanly. So 1 more to the total, 77 for 4 as Fanis. To Sukwa, and Sukwa gets a ball on middle stump forward in defense. And a good stop there by the big man, Jad Goodman. And he's getting applause from his teammates and also from some of the spectators to our left. And so, at the end of the over, Central Castries, they were been sent in by Grizzly. They're 77 for 4. And they're really up against it. But it's cricket and game of glorious uncertainties, so we can never tell what will happen, but we just have to wait and see. General Eli Box has disposed his helmet once again as Tariq Edward will continue the attack for the Grizzly team. So Eli Box is not out on 39 from 26 balls, 2 4s, 4 6s. And Tyler Sukwa, he just came in. He's not out on nuts. He has faced 4 balls. As Edward bowls to Eli Box, a good delivery. He respects it, forward in defense. Ball trickles on the offside. And there is no run. Bright sunshine here again at the Mindoo Phillip Park as Edward bowls to Eli Box. A good delivery again. Eli Box plays it back along the wicket. Edward fields his own bowling and there is no run. I'll give you his field placing after this delivery. Edward. As he bowls a flighted delivery and Eli Box goes over wideish long on 6 runs. A good shot by Eli Box. And he's really going great guns here at the Mindoo Phillip Park. A ball on or about the leg stump. And he just hoists it over. Wideish long on for 6. So Eli Box quickly moves on to 45. 5 shy of his half century. And if he gets it, it will be a very good half century. So the umpire has gone for another ball. So okay, so we can hear that the ball has been found. Yeah, so the umpires will be happy that they got the ball back. So Tariq Edward being put over long, Whitish long on there by Eli Box for 6, so we'll have to rethink his strategy. But Eli Box is in a no nonsense mode at the moment. He has quickly gone to 45 of just 29 balls with 2 4s and 5 6s. So Edward, he will try again. The score has rushed to 83 for 4. As Tariq Edward to Eli Box. A flighted delivery again. And my goodness, that one over the commentary booth end for 6. So Tariq Edward has been put to the sword again. And that's his 50. A good knock by Jaden Eli Box. He has rushed to 51 of just 30 balls with 2 4s and 6 6s. And Jaden Eli Box really in a no-nonsense mood. Tariq Edward, 170 his strike rate. He gets a better line delivery on about midland leg and plays it to the mid-on area, and they go through for a single. So 89, 90 for 4. And Eli Box really and truly is playing a very good knock, a good hand for his team. But Tyler Suka will have to stay there with him because they are still in that rebuilding process. Because with 4 wickets down, mostly all the major batsmen are back in the pavilion. So they will have to stay there and bat as long as possible. And Tyler Sukwa looks good again in defense. Plays it on the offside and there is no run. So at the end of the over, Central Castries, they were sent in by Grizzly. They are 90 for 4. So it's going to be Fanis to continue the attack for the Grizzly team. And he'll be bowling to the aggressive Jaden Eli Box. He's fighting fire with fire, Eli Box. And Tyler Sukwa is giving him good support. He has shown good technique. And good for defensive shots, very solid, looks good. And so he'll want to stay there as long as possible with Jaden Eli Box. As Fanis will want to make further inroads into the Central Castries batting. Here he comes. Passes umpire Augustine. Bowls to Eli Box. And Eli Box lets it go outside the off stump. Wicket keeper Noel Leo collects behind the stumps. And there is no run. So the sun is back with us. Very good weather so far for the past 3 or 4 days. And we have to give thanks to the Almighty for that. As I said, we are still in the rainy season. As Fanis comes steaming in from the northern end. Pulls to Eli Box, who gets a good delivery on or about middle and off. He's forward in defense. Looks very solid, very compact. And the ball trickles on the offside. And Jad Goodman from the cover area comes in and fields. And there is no run. Still 90 for 4. It's funny. Here he comes, beyond Fanis. Balls to Eli Box. Eli Box gets the delivery outside the off stump. He shoulders arms. And as the ball go through the wicket keeper Noel Leo behind the stumps. And there is no run. For the 6 overs, 1 maiden, 57 runs, 2 wickets. Cyril, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 12 runs, 1 wicket. Elcock, 1 over, 9 runs, no wickets. And Tariq Edward, 2 overs, no maiden, 26 runs, no wickets. As Fanis, another good delivery. And Eli Box forward in defense. So Eli Box is playing a very good knock. He's not taking any risk. He knows that a lot rests on his shoulders because he's one of the few batsmen left in so far, because the majority of the batsmen, 4 of them, back in the pavilion. So he knows he has a lot of work to do to dig themselves out of this hole. But so far he has been successful. Here comes Fanis. Bowls to Eli Box outside the off stump, and he opens the face of the bat, guides the ball down to the wideish third man area, and the man fields, and they go through for a single. So 1 more to the total, 91 for 4. And so it's Tyler Suka, the right-handed Tyler Suka, because Eli Box is a left-hander. So Suka, the right-hander, he's on strike now. And it's Fanis, who comes steaming in from the northern end. Passes umpire Ali. Balls to Eli, to the batsman Eli Box. He gets a short delivery. And I think he's struck somewhere on the helmet. And they go through for a leg by, I think. Yes, signal. So it's a run, probably from the bat onto the helmet, probably. So 1 more to the total, 92 for 4. But that was a vicious bouncer there by Beyond Fanis, and they're going through the concussion test now. Umpire is waving the hand in his face to see if he is totally conscious. But I think he will be all right. He's putting back his helmet. But I think he committed a cardinal sin there in staying in the way of the delivery, going for the hook shot. He should go inside the line of the delivery to play the hook shot. But he stayed in the way of the deliveries. So, but no damage done. He's okay. And so 1 more to the total. They went through for a run. So 92 for 4. So at the end of the over, Central Castries 92 for 4. They were sent in by Grizzly. So it's a bowling change here at the southern end from our broadcasting booth end. It's Cyril, who has been brought back into the attack. And Sukwa gets a delivery of Yorker length, and he tried to hit it straight, but the ball taking the inside edge and going to the short fine leg, and they went through for a single. So Cyril, he bowled his first spell from the northern end, and he was very impressive, and he got the prize wicket of Stephen Natram with a brute of a delivery, a ball pitched on middle stumps, and so Stephen had to play, and the ball left him late, took the edge. And Kimani Melius, who has been catching very well, took a very smart catch. So 93 for 4. Still a long way to go in the day's play, as Cyril passes umpire Mark Vane, bowls to Eli Box. He gets the ball outside the off stump, plays it to the man at the point area, and there is no run. Still 93 for 4. Eli Box not out on 53 from 37 deliveries, 2 fours and 6 sixes, and he has been very aggressive so far, but also mixing that with some good defense. So he's looking very good at the moment, and he's getting good support from Tyler Sukwa as Cyril. Bowls to Eli box and he goes back and hits that over the mid wicket area for 6. And so he's really dealing in 6s there. That is 7th 6 in his innings so far. And he rushes to 59, Coxie? Yeah, 59. Yeah, and so Eli Box is showing no respect to the bowlers now. He's in full flight. And he's really batting well at the moment. Central Castries, they were in early trouble when they lose 3 quick wickets. But they had a little mini partnership between Omari Venner and Jaden Eli Box. But Venner was the last batsman to go. And so Eli Box has been joined by Sukwa. So it was a good little partnership between the two. Between Eli Box and Venner. 43 runs between the two. So Cyril will try again for the Grizzly team. But Eli Box really playing a very good knock for his team. And Suka will want to stay there with him as Cyril passes umpire McVeigh, bowls to Eli Box. He gets a ball upside the stump and plays it to the man at the third slip area. And there is no run. So still 99 for 4. So 1 shot of the 100, but they have been working very hard, the 2 batsmen out there in the middle, because it was not that easy. But now the advent of Eli Box, he has played very well, and he has reached his half century, and he's looking good. As Cyril will want to see the back of Eli Box as he bowls to Eli Box. Now on Eli Box hit that over the infield, and let's see the signal from the umpire. It's 4. So a good shot again by Eli Box. A ball outside the stump. He had the whiff, and he freed his arms and hit it over the long off area. And 1 bounce into the fence for 4. So the 100 has come up for the Central Castries team. They are 103, 103 for 4 in 16.5 overs. So Eli Box really playing a very good knock for his team, and as I said, Sukwa is giving him good support, and the 2 will want to stay there until lunch. But Cyril and the Grizzly team will be having other ideas, and they will want to make further inroads into the Central Castries batting as Cyril bowls to Eli Box, and it goes at that one hard outside the stump, taking the outside edge and flying over the slips and down to the third man boundary for 4. So Eli Box is dealing in boundaries there, and he has rushed to 67 of 41 deliveries with 4 4s and 7 6s. And Eli Box really giving the Central Castries team some hope of scoring an impressive first inning score. But so far, you can say the game is in the balance, because Central Castries has lost 4 wickets. But so far, as I said, Eli Box and Sukwa, they are playing very well at the moment. So I think Ford is back. Oh, Fanis. Fanis is still Fanis? Okay, it's still Fanis, I think. Yes, it's Fanis. Passes umpire Augustine Boots to Sukwa, and Sukwa drives into the cover area. They have gone for 1. They will come back for the second, yes. And the fielder retrieves the ball now and sends it back to the bowler. So a good shot by Sukwa, and he gets 2. So the score moves on to 109. 109 for 4. And Sukwa As I said before, he has some batting ability, and I'm sure he'll want to stay there as long as possible with Eli Box as Fanis comes rushing in from the northern end, passes the umpire on balls, and Sukwa is forward defensive. Looks good, looks compact in defense. And the ball trickles in the offside, and I think it's Dominic Ogis who fields. And there is no run. Still 109 for 4. Sukwa not out on 4 of 9 deliveries. And Eli Box not out on 67 from 41 deliveries. As I said, 4 fours and 7 sixes. And it's going to be Fanis to continue the attack for the Grizzly team. And he'll be bowling to Sukwa. Sukwa taps at the crease, settles on the width as Fanis passes umpire Augustine and bowls to Sukwa, and Sukwa again looks good in defense. Plays it in the offside. The man at Whitish made of fields, and there is no run, and they're going through for a run. I think it was a yes, they went for a run, yeah. So one more to the total, 110 for 4. So the Central Castries team, they're looking for every opportunity to keep the scoreboard ticking, and that's very important, as it's going to be Jaden Eli Box to face the bowling of Fanis. As Jaden waits and as Fanis bowls to Eli Box, and he hits that over the slips and down to the wideish man for 4. So it was an intended shot by him. It was shot on wide outside the off stump, and he uppercut it down to man for 4. So a good shot by Eli Box. He was in total control. So 4 more to the total, 114 now. 114 for 4. And Eli Box moves into the 70s. He's on 71 from 42 deliveries. 5 fours and 7 sixes. He's playing a good knock for his team as Fanis. He'll try again for the Grizzly team. Here he comes from the northern end. Passes umpire Augustine. Both to Eli Box. Eli Box gets a good delivery on off stump, but he's compact in defense and plays it back along the wicket. Fanis doesn't feel to his own bowling, but the man at Madoff does the cleanup. And no runs. So 114 for 4. As I said, Grizzly, they won the toss this morning and inserted the Central Castries team into bat. And they had Central Castries on the ropes. Castries losing 3 quick wickets. And then they lose the 4th one. But now, Eli Box and the Sukwa, they are staging a fight back as Fanis comes in. Bowls to Eli Box, and Eli Box pulls that. It's in the air. Dominic is coming under it. Does he take it? Yes. He takes the catch, and Eli Box goes. The short delivery, and he's trying to go for his F6, but it wasn't successful, and he held on to the man, Dominic Ogis, who came in from the deep mid-wicket area, and he took a brilliant catch and to see the back of Eli Box. So Eli Box goes. Cut of the bowling of Beyond Fanis for a well-played 71 from 44 deliveries, 5 fours and 7 sixes. But I'm sure he will be a disappointed man, because I'm sure he was looking to stay there until lunch. But it was not to be. And so Grizzly making another breakthrough. And the Castries is now, Central Castries, 114 for 5. So the Grizzly team, they will be very happy to see the back of Jaden Eli Box, because he was going great guns at the moment. But so he's back in the pavilion now, and I'm sure the Grizzly team, they will sense that they can go through the rest of the batting. But cricket is a funny old game, and we'll just have to wait and see what will transpire in the next few minutes. So the new batsman for the Central Castries team is Aiden Scholar, a young upcoming leg spinner. And so he will have to do some batting here for his team. Fanis, Bian Fanis. So Roland Cox says it's over, but the umpires, they are continuing with the over, so they are in control out there. So Spanish will bowl to the new batsman, Aiden Scholar. So Fanis is bowling with 2 slips or 3 slips. A cover. I break now as Fanis. Oh, he stops in his run, so I'll give you the rest of the field. And on the onside, he has a maiden, a forward short leg, a short fine leg, and a deep mid wicket on the boundary. As Fanis bowls to Scholar, and Scholar is that uppishly to the right of the man at forward short leg, dive into his right, but couldn't get to the ball. So Scholar is off the mark with one, but it was slightly uppish, but no damage done. So Scholar is off the mark, and the score moves on to 115 for 5. So at the end of the over, Central Castries, they were sent in by the Grizzly. They are 115 for 5. So remember, it's the Central National Cricket Association 2-day finals between South Castries and Grizzly. As I said, Grizzly won the toss this morning and sending Central Castries into bat. At the moment, I think Grizzly might be the happier of the two teams because half of the Central Castries batting is back in the pavilion, but they are playing with 11 players, so there's still some. So 5 down, 2 at the crease, so 4 more batsmen in the hut, so they still have some batsmen, so they will want to at least get a good first inning score to put Grizzly under some pressure. So it's Isaiah Jones, the little man with a big heart. He's a very good player. He has a lot of belief in himself. So Scholar has gone for his floppy hat. So Isaiah Jones will be bowling to Scholar. So Sukwa and Scholar, they will want to stay there as long as possible. But it will be a very tough ask for them, but we just have to wait and see. As Isaiah Jones, he will be bowling to Aiden Scholar. Jones bowls to Scholar. Outside the off stump, Scholar doesn't play. And the wicketkeeper Noel Leo collects behind the stumps and there is no run. So Jones, leg spin, right arm leg spin. He's bowling with 2 slips, a deep backward point. I break as he bowls again, and Scholar doesn't play. And the ball collects behind the stumps by Leo. So a backward point. Extra cover made off. Made on. Deep mid wicket. And a wideish square leg. So Scholar is okay. There is a change in the wicket Keeping with the Kimani Melius, I think, is putting on the gloves. So okay, the keeper is just here making some adjustment, fixing his pads there. So there is a slight hold up in play, but we'll have play for you in a while as we take a little break. So back at the Mindoo play pack, Isaiah Jones to ball to Scholar, and the ball take the outside edge and going down to short footman area, and they go through for a single. So Kimani Melius is the new keeper now, and Noel Leo is at a silly point area or short cover. So it's Isaiah Jones who will be bowling to Sukwa. The score 116 for 5. And Sukwa put his hand up as a traffic police. But all is ready now as Jones. To Sukwa, and Sukwa goes for almighty hit over Wideish long on 6 runs. So a good shot there by Sukwa. So the score moves on to 122. 122 for 5, and that's a good blow being struck there by Sukwa. Flighted delivery. And Sukwa hitting it over Wideish long on for 6. So Sukwa is putting up some resistance. He's fighting. He moves away once more and settles and waits as Jones. And Jones doesn't deliver. So it's Sukwa settles again as Jones bowls to Sukwa. Fighter delivery, and Sukwa goes for almighty hit again. There is an appeal for a stumping, but umpire Ali Augustine says no. But a quick bit of stumping being effected there by Kimani Melius, but the back foot was well grounded. So no damage done, but Sukwa was beaten in the flight there by Jones. As Jones will try again. Again, Sukwa moves away. He's not yet ready. All is okay now as Jones bowls to Sukwa outside the off stump. And Sukwa shoulders arms and let the ball go through the wicket keeper Melius, who collects behind the stumps, and there is no run. So at the end of the over, the score 122 for 5. Scholar, he's 2 runs from 4 deliveries. And Sukwa, he's not out, on 11 from 13 deliveries. He has a 6 in that 11 runs. So cool conditions here at the Mindoo Phillip Park, and we are having a very good game between the two teams. Central Castries and Grizzly. 122 for 5 Central Castries. They will be sent in by Grizzly after Grizzly won the toss this morning. The batsman out, Theo Edward. He was cotton bowl Ford for 4. 5 deliveries, 1-4. Marivena, he was Cot Melius bowl beyond Fanny's 12, 31 deliveries, 2 fours. Jamal James, he was bowled for 5, 7 deliveries, 1-4, as another delivery from Fanny's. And the Scholar plays it the offside and there is no run. Jamal James, as I said, Bolford for 5, 7 balls, 1-4. Stephen Natcham, he was caught. Melius bowled Cyril for 6, 12 balls, 1-4. And Jaden Libox caught Dominic Ogis, who bowled Fannis for 71. Good knock by him, 44 balls, 5 fours, 7 sixes, as another delivery by Fannis, and the Scholar plays it on the onside, and there is no run. And Sukwa, he's not out on 11 from 13 balls. As I said, no fours but 1-6, and Scholar not out 2, 6 deliveries, no fours, no sixes so far. But the 2 will want to stay until lunch. But at the moment, Grizzly, they are looking very happy, sensing that they can run through the rest of the Central Castries batting. But Scholar and Sukwa, they will have other ideas and they will want to stay as long as possible as Fannis. Up to the wicket, bowls to score to the batsman, and a good take there by the keeper, and he's out, caught behind. A brilliant catch by Noel Leo, diving low to his left. And another wicket going down. Scholar caught behind off the bowling of Fannis. And 122 now for 6. And the problems continues for the Central Castries team. The only partnership of note of 43 was between Eli Box and Omari Vena. But apart from that, it has been a procession back to the pavilion for the majority of the batsmen. So, our good friend, Mr. Dylan John, number 15 on his back, he fancy himself to be a batsman, but we just have to wait and see what will happen. But at the moment, the Grizzly team, they are on top. They won the toss and inserted Central Castries, and so far they have been doing a very good job at really stifling the batting. The only bright spot there was Jaden Libox for Central Castries. He got a belligerent 71 of 44 deliveries with 5 fours and 7 sixes. But apart from that, it's a sorry side for the rest of the batting. So, Fannis will bowl to the new batsman who has just taken his guard from umpire Augustine, Dylan John. And Fannis from the northern end. In bright sunshine, had the Mindoo Phillip pack. Bowls to John, and John gets a nasty bouncer. And he could not get out of the way. And I think he's struck somewhere on the shoulder. And no ball, been called and signaled by umpire Augustine. But that was a vicious delivery by Beyond Fannis. That one getting off a very good length and just rising sharply. And Dylan John bending backward, but still got struck on the shoulder. So Beyond Fannis is really working up some steam there at the northern end. And let's see what he does with this delivery and how Dylan John will negotiate. As Fannis bowls again, and Dylan John fighting fire with fire, goes for a hook shot, and it goes, the ball taking the inside edge and going down to a deep backward square area. and Dylan John getting off the mark. So 123 for 6. So Dylan John deciding to fight fire with fire. And he succeeded in getting a run down to the backward square area. So 124 for 6. And we are having some very good cricket here at the Mindoo Phillip Park. And I must well commend the groundsman. It looks a very good pitch because you will get what you put in out of it. The bowlers, if you bend your back, you will get some bounce and swing. And the batsman, if you dig in, you can score runs because the ball is coming onto the bat. So a very good pitch there. Good wicket created there by the groundsman as Fanis down the leg side and Sukwa going for the flick shot, makes no contact, and the ball is taken by wicketkeeper Noel Leo. So 124 for 6. Is the 18th over, Coxie, you said? Or was it? Oh, okay. So we are in the 19th now. 20th. Okay, 20th over. And Central Castries 124 for 6 as Fanis will want to get another wicket. But Suka will want to deny him that as here comes Fanis from the northern end. Bowls to Suka and Suka goes high and long. On the long on area. They just get one. Only one. So one more to the total. 125 for 6. So at the end of the over, Central Castries put in by Grizzly. They are 125 for 6. Sukwa not out on 12 from 15 deliveries, 1-6. And Dylan John, who just came in, he not out on 1 from 2 deliveries. Jones again. Isaiah Jones will continue the attack. And he'll be bowling to Sukwa. 125 for 6. So Captain Melus is making a slight adjustment but with his fill. And he's taking the slip, one of the slips out, and he'll placing him in the cover area. In Lee John, he has a slip, a backward point, a cover, a sweeper, wideish long off. I'll give it a ball down the leg side, and Sukwa trying to hit it over backward square, makes no contact. I think they go through for a bye. Let's watch the signal. Yes, a bye. So 126 for 6. And on the on side, he has a long on. Made on a square leg and a deep mid wicket as Jones. To Dylan, flighted delivery, and Dylan goes for almighty. He's but succeeded in playing it back along the wicket. Jones feels his own bowling, and there is no run. Dylan Jones settles and waits. Jones to John, and John plays that one into the cover area, and there is no run. The cool conditions there at the Mindoo Phillip Park. A few spectators has come in as Jones flighted delivery, and Dylan John goes down. He's out, caught in the cover. So a good field place in there by Captain Melius, because he took the man out of the slips and put him in the cover area. It's Lee John, and Dylan John hitting it to Lee John, and he took a smart catch over his head. So another wicket all going down. Although yes, so Dylan John, another wicket going down there. So the score now 126 for 7, and Central Castries now in further trouble, and they might be being bowled out before lunch, probably. But let's wait and see. So I'll give you the name of the new batsman in a while. Okay. Yeah, so it's been confirmed. The new batsman is Kimani Sexius. And so Central Castries, they are in all sorts of trouble at 126 for 7. But the score is already on the board. And when it's the turn of Grizzly to bat, they will have to try and get whatever is being posted by Central Castries. But at the moment, it's all Grizzly. As the new batsman is Kimani Sexius, and he'll be facing the bowling of Isaiah Jones. So Kimani Sexius is not quite ready. He puts his hand up, but all is ready now as Jones. A flighted delivery, and Sexius is forward in defense. The ball trickles on the onside, and Fanis. There's the fielding on the onside, and there is no run. Still 126 for 7. The top score so far for the Central Castries team is Jaden Libox, 71 from 44 deliveries, 5 fours and 7 sixes. A ball outside the off stump, and Sexius guides it to a short footman area, and they go through for a single. So one more to the total, 127 for 7. And so that's the end of the over. So Sexius will be happy to get off the mark. And I'm sure he and Sukwa, the two fast bowlers, they will want to stay there and bat as long as possible for the team. So cool conditions are at the Mindoo Phillip Park. The sun is being hidden by the clouds, behind the clouds. But I'm sure the players will be very happy because the conditions are cool, not too hot out there. So I think it's going to be funny, so we'll continue. Let me give you the bowling. So far, Davin Ford, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 37 runs, 2 wickets. Gerald Cyril, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 27 runs, 1 wicket. Canel Cock, 1 over, no maiden, 9 runs, no wickets. Tariq Edward, 2 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, no wickets. Beyond Funnis, who is bowling at the moment, 4 overs, 15 runs, 3 wickets. And a delivery outside the off stump, and Sexius trying to guide it to the backward point area, makes no contact, and the ball is taken there by wicketkeeper Noel Leo, and there is no run. And Isaiah Jones, 2 overs, no maidens, 8 runs, 1 wicket. So it's Spanish. He has bowled well so far. He has gotten 3 wickets. He has bowled with some hostility. Here he comes from the northern end. And he stops in his strides, doesn't deliver, and dead ball signaled by the burly Ali Augustine, the umpire. And Fanis is walking back to his bowling mark. Sexius settles on wait as Fanis from the northern end, the river end. Passes the umpire now, bowls 2. Sexius, he gets a short delivery and pulls it down to the man at a wideish fine leg in Cyril, and the batsman go through for a single. So one more to the total, 128 for 7. And it will be Tyler Sukwa to face the bowling of Fanis. So Tyler Sukwa, as I said, he has some batting abilities, and he'll want to stay there as long as possible to really help his team to a respectable total. as Fanis will have other ideas. Here he comes. Pulls to Sukwa. And he goes for Almighty, hit the ball, taking the outside edge and falling short to the man at the third man area. And they go through for a single. So one more to the total, 129 for 7. And Sukwa is living dangerously. But he's still there, and that's the important thing. So it's going to be Kimani Sexius. We have 2 Kimanis in this game, one on either team. Kimani Melius, the captain of the Grizzly team, and Kimani Sexius on the other team. Okay, okay. So I've been told by my scorer, Roland Cox, that the Kimanis have been spelled differently. Oh, it's bowling! And Fanis getting the ball on the off stump, and Sexy is going for a mighty swipe, playing across the line, and was being bowled. So Beyond Fanis getting his 4th wicket. And the Central Castries now, they're in further trouble at 129 for 8. That shot was not called for, because you are playing a 2-day game and your team is in trouble, and the ball on your stump and you're hitting across the line and being bowled. So, a bad shot by Sexius. So, I'll give you the name of the new batsman in a while. Yeah, he looks like Norville, eh? Well, Shaman is fair, right? In terms of skin color. Looks like, yeah, I think so. Because Shaman is a bit fairer in terms of skin color. So the new batsman, I think is Norville, Cipriani Norville, and he'll be facing Beyond Fanis, who is on fire. He has 4 wickets under his belt so far, and he's bowling with some fire, some hostility. And Fanis will try again to get another wicket. Here he comes. Bowls to Norville, and Norville plays it competently. So the man at Maidon who fails, and there is no run. So still 129 for 8. Central Castries under the pump. As I said, apart from Jaden Eli Box, who had that enterprising innings of 71 of just 44 deliveries, 5 fours and 7 sixes. The rest of the batting has really crumbled as Fanis will want to make further inroads into the Central Castries batting. So we have some close fielders around the bat as Fanis bowls to Norville, and Norville plays that like a top order batsman off his legs, the backward square area, and they go for a single. So Norville is off the mark. So 130 for 8. So that's the end of the over. So Central Castries, they were sent in this morning by Grizzly, who won the toss, and at the moment Central Castries, they're really up against it. 130 for 8. And the 2 batsmen out there is Norville and Sukwa, and so they will want to hang in there as long as possible. But the Grizzly team will want to really take the remaining wickets, as Norville is taking his guard. from umpire McVeigh. And Isaiah Jones will continue the bowling for the Grizzly team. As Jones bowls another flighty delivery, and there is a appeal for stumping, but umpire Ali is on move. But a good delivery by Isaiah Jones, a flighty delivery, and the batsman coming forward, and the ball beating the outside edge, and quick piece of stumping there affected by the keeper, but the batsman back foot was well grounded as Jones bowls to Norville again. He plays it back along the wicket. Jones feels his own bowling, and there is no run. So Norville so far not looking too bad as Jones bowls to Norville again. Flighted delivery, and he's bowled him. Ill-advised shot by Norville, a ball on the middle stump, and he hit across the line, and he was comprehensively beaten and bowled. So another wicket going down for the Central Castries team, and they are now 131 for 9, and really they are staring the barrel of a gun. So the Grizzly team will be very happy with what has transpired so far, because remember they won the toss and inserted Central Castries, and now they have Central Castries reeling at 131 for 9. So now is Charlemagne now the new batsman. So you can hear the supporters to my left supporting the Grizzly team, and so they will want to take the last wicket as quick as possible, but the two batsmen will have other ideas, and they will want to hang on and stay there as long as possible. So Charlemagne taking his guard from umpire McVeigh. And bright sunshine here at the Mindoo Phillip Park. Ideal conditions for cricket. As Charlemagne having a look around the field, he settles on wait, and Isaiah Jones from the south bowls to the batsman Shaiman, ball down the leg side, tries to flick, makes no contact, but wicketkeeper Noel doesn't collect cleanly, and they go through for 2. Let's watch the signal. It will be byes. Yes, it is. So 2 byes, and 2 more to the total. 133. 143 for 9. 2 byes. So it's Jones to continue. He's bowling to Charlemagne. He bowls to Charlemagne now. A flighted delivery outside the off stump. Charlemagne goes for the cut. Makes no contact. The ball taken by wicketkeeper Noel. We whip off the bills, but Charlemagne's back foot was well grounded. No damage done. Jones will try again. Okay, Manny Melly is bringing the batsman, one of the fielders, to the mid-on area. He's asking him to go to leg slip. So 4 fielders around the bat. Charlemagne faces Jones, who bowls to him now, and Charlemagne doesn't play. But outside the stump, Noel collects behind the stumps, and there is no run. So at the end of the over, Central Castries, they were sent in by Grizzly. They are 133 for 9. Not out batsman. Charlemagne not out, not. And Sukwa is not out on 13. So a poor batting display shown there by the Central Castries team. Some ill-advised shots, and they will have themselves to blame. As I said, the only bright spark was Eli Box. Pugnacious knock of 71 of 44 deliveries. 5 fours and 7 sixes. And when the Grizzly team got him out, they were very happy because he was going great guns. As Spanish, 4 wickets under his belt, trying to get a 5 for here. Here he comes. Bulls to Sukwa, and Sukwa goes for the big hit, hitting it down to a wideish long on area for 4. So Sukwa fighting fire with fire, and he gets 4. So 147 for 9. And Sukwa, as I said, he has some batting abilities, so he's showcasing his talent there. And so the first delivery, that new over from Fanis is punk him away through the wideish long on area for 4. So a slight adjustment has been made there by Captain Kimani Melius. He's posting a man at a mid-wicket area now in Isaiah Jones. Steaming in from the far end. The wicket balls and Sukwa goes again for the hit. The man takes the catch. Yes, he takes the catch. And Sukwa goes cut at the white. The same area he got the previous boundary. This time he wasn't lucky. And so he held on to the man Ford at wideish long on. And so that's the inning, the end of the innings for the Central Castries team, all out for 100 and I'll give you the final score in a moment. Errol Cox is trying to put his score together, so I'll give you the score in a moment. But a poor batting display, as I said, by the Central Castries team. They were put in to bat this morning. Grizzly won the toss, and they are all out now for 147. Theo Edward, who was the first to go. Cotton Bowl, Ford for 4. I will give you the rest of the batting in a while because it's off the screen right now, but I'll give it the batting card in a while. But as I said, the Central Castries all out for 147. Yeah, so to continue the batting order, Omari Vena, he was caught Melius, bowl Fanis for 12, 31 balls, 2 fours. Jamal James, again, I've been obstructed there, I cannot see it. I'll give it to you in a while. So all out for 157, as I said. So Central Castries, so they will have themselves to blame, not putting a better score on the board. But as I said, it's already on the board, and Grizzly, when it's the turn to bat, they will have to try and overhaul it to get a first inning lead. But anyway, that's it for now here at the Mindoo Phillip Park. And as soon as play resume, I will be back with you to give you further description of the game.
Pleasant good afternoon and welcome to the game, the finals, Central Castries versus Grizzly, the two-day finals. We've just witnessed the first ball of the Grizzly innings. They are replying to Central Castries 136 all out. So opening the batting for Grizzly, Jad Goodman and Can Elcock. And the bowler operating from the southern end for Central Castries, Dylan John. Good delivery there by John, bringing Goodman in defense. So Grizzly certainly having a good session this morning. They were able to bowl Central out for 136, certainly for display with a batting by Central Castries. Yeah, good delivery there by John, just beating Goodman outside the off stump. Good probing line. Certainly the Central Castries team would need to make very early inroads into the batting of the Grizzly team with a paltry total of just 137. They're basically defending, so they do need some early wickets, and a lot would be dependent on the fast bowler Dylan John. And a good delivery again, squares him up. Plays into the short cover region. No run resulting. So the Grizzly team with Jad Goodman, Canel Cock, Kimani Melius, Noel Leo, Lee John, Jadal Cyril, Tariq Edward, Isaiah Jones, Dominic Ogis, Darwin Ford, Beyond Funny. So certainly a formidable batting lineup. Good delivery outside the off stump. Chad Goodman just picking up the line very early and allowed this one to go through to the wicket keeper. So the wicket out there looks certainly ideal for batting. And Grizzly would certainly want perhaps to bat only once. Outside the off stump, looking for the big expansive drive there. Vociferous appeal there by the wicketkeeper and the slip cordon, but umpire McBurn had no interest and the over comes to an end. So a maiden over ball there by Dylan John. So good start to the inning there with the ball by John. This look like Kimani Sexius. He'll be. So our statistician Roland Cox just indicated that Sexius had a haul of 6 wickets in the semi-finals. So certainly he would want to replicate that sort of performance, or perhaps even better it. Certainly, what better time to replicate such performance in a finals? So first delivery outside your stump to Canel Cock, shoulders arms. Ball goes through to the wicket keeper. So 6 years would certainly need to get on the money as early as possible. Try to have Can Elcock playing as many deliveries as possible. Really do not want him to give him any sighter. A good shot delivery there into the rib cage of Can Elcock. Looked like he was wrapped on the glove, looking to turn this one towards the backward square region. So Grizzly yet to open the account. Good full delivery, angling down the leg side. Kimani and the slip cordon appealing for caught behind. But certainly there was no bat involved. Free delivery so far in this over. And this one shot outside the off stump. Elcock looking to punch this one off the back foot. Perhaps this one was a bit too close for that shot, Josephson Muff.
Yes, most definitely that was an ill-advised shot by Can Elcock, because the slip cordon and the gully filler was waiting for that edge. So he will have to be a little tighter and more decisive in his stroke play.
So a bit of pressure there by the opening bowlers. Again shot and straight at Elcock. Certainly not giving him the room to free his arms, and it was straight at him, unable to really play the pull shot. So good aggressive cricket there by the bowler. Sexius. So they certainly have not given the Grizzly batters any freebies. And this one wide outside the off stump. And the over comes to an end. So consecutive maiden overs there by the Central Castries team.
Yes, good bowling by both from Dylan John and Kimani Sexius. Considering that they had a meager score of just 156. 156. So they have to bowl tight and try and get wickets early and hold on to the catches and make the game, a nice game. But at the moment, it's good bowling by the Central Castries team.
So Dylan John to continue from the southern end. And this one is driven straight back past the bowler, and it races into the boundary for 4. So Chad Goodman has opened his account with a beautiful shot driven straight back past the bowler for 4. So we welcome our new voice.
A pleasant good afternoon to everybody, all our listeners and viewers out there. A very good shot there by Chad Goodman, opening the account for the Grizzly team.
So Dylan John on this occasion just a bit too full. Needs to pull the length back a bit. Better delivery outside your stump. Place this one towards the point region where looks like Eli Box does the fill in. So good comeback delivery there by John. Just pulling the length back a bit. This one down the leg side. Good take there by the wicket keeper. But again, a bit of inconsistency there by Dylan John. You really need to look to attack the stumps. Try to create a little more pressure, because with just a meager score of 146 that is defending, you need to make the batsman play as many deliveries as possible.
Yeah, Dylan on that occasion being guilty of delivering delivery down the leg side to the batter. With the field that is set, he would want him coming forward and playing more at those deliveries outside the off stump.
This one was short. Goodman looking to pull this one into the mid-wicket region, but I think this one was much quicker than he anticipated, really cramping him for room. Luckily for him, perhaps he didn't get a top edge.
Good effort there, delivery there from Dylan John, digging in this one. Shot. Jad going back for the pull shot, not having enough time to capitalize. Very good aggression there from Dylan, but would like to see him be a lot more consistent on or about that off stump line.
And again, the inconsistency of Dylan John continues. The last previous delivery, it was short at the body of Goodman, and the follow-up delivery way down the leg side. So no sooner than he creates a bit of pressure, he releases the pressure.
Yes, Dylan really needs to focus on building out his over here. 6 deliveries to be as consistent as he possibly can to build pressure on Jad Goodman, who is on strike at the moment. With this low first inning score, they really cannot afford too many of those wayward deliveries.
And shot outside the off stump. Jad looking for that break flashing drive. Ball goes through to the keeper. So really a mixed bag of an over. We saw a few good deliveries and quite a few wayward deliveries in between.
Yeah, Dylan in that over, really a mixed bag like you described it. He wasn't able to be consistent on or about that off stump line, but we saw a very good aggression from him in that over with a short ball that really cramped Jad for any room. And in his next over, he would really like to, his captain would really like for him to be a lot more consistent and build a lot more pressure on the two Grizzly batters out there.
So Castries continuing from the northern end, he will be bowling to Can Elcock. Elcock yet to open his account. Outside the off stump, shoulders, arms, allows the ball to go through to the keeper. So Castries still need to get a bit much closer. Try to have Can play as much as possible. Two slips, Gully, a man at point. Short cover. And again, wayward delivery down the leg side. So the inconsistency continues from both ends.
From my vantage point, looks like Kimani Castries is really trying hard out there. Trying to put in that extra effort to get some extra pitches out of the wicket. But on that occasion, a wayward delivery down the leg side. He's bowled some 8 dot balls in his 1.2 overs so far. He would want to build on that.
Oh, excellent delivery. Bit of bounce on this one. Really came back at the batsman. Looking to force this one off the back foot. But it was really cramped for room. So good, excellent delivery there by Castries.
Yeah, from what we've seen from Castries in his 1.3 overs so far is that he is trying to hit the deck as hard as possible, short of a length. That delivery swinging back into Elcock, cramping him for any room.
Oh, this one looks like they were perhaps on inside edge. See the signal from the umpire. So it looks like 1 run. Yeah. Fortuitous run there for Canal Cock, ball coming off the inner portion of the bat. He was lucky that it did not ricochet onto the stumps, but chance nevertheless for the wicket keeper, but it was a difficult chance nevertheless.
Yes, a chance created there by Kimani Sexius, and Stephen Natram on that occasion not able to dive to his right and complete that catch. And the batters are able to add 1 run to the score. Grizzly, they are 5 without loss. Side over number 4. Nice contest building here at the Mindoo Phillip Park.
And this one is driven back past the bowler. Will it carry all the way to the fence? No. I think the grass on the northern end has robbed the batter Jad Goodman of 2 runs. So 2 more to the score. He moves on to 6. This one just tucked off the pad into the short square leg region. No run resulting. So the end of a good over, one would say, from Sexius. We saw just that one wayward delivery, but he looked to attack the stump as much as possible and try to create a bit of pressure.
Kimani Sexius entrusted with the new ball today by his captain. He has bowled 2 overs for just the 3 runs. He's bowled 1 maiden over, and he has created a chance getting the inside edge of Khan Elcock. The keeper was unable to complete the catch, but good pressure being applied from that end by Kimani Sexius, and we would like the captain from the Central Castries team would like for Dylan John to apply the same sort of pressure from his end.
Well, he'll be bowling to Elcock for the first time. And this one going down the leg side, cannon into the pads. And they've gone through for a leg bye. So 1 more to the total. It without loss. Grizzly sort of a sedate start, but there is no pressure really. It's a 2-day game. They're only chasing a meager total of 137 for the first inning points. And this one is short, and he pulls this one into the mid-wicket region, and it has gone all the way for 6. So short delivery with no venom really. Jad Goodman had enough time to get into position and just pulls this one into the vacant mid-wicket region for 4.
In the previous over, we saw Dylan John really rush Jad Goodman with a short delivery, but on this occasion Goodman was not committing too early on the front foot, and he was able to get into position and deposit that one over the square leg boundary for 6.
Shot again. This one is in the air, not in total control, but it fell safe. So John continuing with that short delivery ploy, trying to outfox Goodman, but on both occasions Goodman getting enough pitches, resulting in a 6 and this occasion a single. So they have dropped the fielder at the square leg, so he's deep on the boundary. It's an indication that it's either a bluff or he will continue with that short pitch delivery. And this one drives this one on the up towards the backward point region, and it has raced into the boundary for 4. So bit of inconsistency again there by Dylan John, but good shot nevertheless played there by Khan Elcock.
Yes, a good productive shot there from Khan Elcock, really using the pace on that delivery and guiding that one between the gully fielder and the point fielder all the way down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. The score moves on to 19 without loss.
So the most expensive overs by far. Some 11 runs has come up the over. And again inconsistent. This one way down the leg side. And one would have understood if Dylan John was bowling to a left-right combination, but there are 2 left-handers out in the middle batting. That should make his work a bit much easier for him.
Yeah, Dylan John, he's really not been able to control the new ball so far into his 3rd over, and we have really seen what we could best describe as a mixed bag from him, not being too consistent in his line and length so far.
Much better delivery on this occasion, bringing Alcock forward. No run resulting, so the end of John's 3rd over. He has considered some 15 runs in the process.
Yes, Grizzly after 5 overs, they are 19 without loss. Jad Goodman, he is 13 of 16 deliveries. And Kane Alcock, he is 5 of 14 deliveries. Dylan John, he has bowled 3 overs, considered. And Kimani Sexius at the other end, he's bowled 2 overs. And he's Kimani Sexius is fresh of a 9-wicket haul semi-final. So his captain will be hoping that he could make the breakthrough for them and make some inroads into the long Grizzly batting lineup.
Well, certainly he would need to make only inroads. This one wide outside the off stump. Just a bit too wide to interest Goodman. Allow this one to go through to the wicketkeeper Natron. Sexius needs to attack the stump a little more, or ball what we will call the 4th stump line, just outside the off stump. And this one is short. This one he pulls. It has gone all the way for 6. We just lost sight of the ball momentarily, but it went over the backward square region for 6. So they are continuing with that short ball ploy to Chad Goodman, and it really is not working.
Yes, there was no purchase off the wicket from that delivery. A short delivery from Kimani Sexius, not making any height on the batsman, and Jad got back and played a lovely pickup shot over the deep backward square region for 6. He takes his tally up to 19. Grizzly, they are 25 without loss, and Jad, he continues to impress so far in this competition. He has scored, I believe it's 2 if not 3 centuries, so he is in a rich vein of form, and he looks to be growing into his innings here today in this final.
So Sexius has just aborted his run. Certainly perhaps not clear enough in his mind what he wants to execute, or just miss the run up. Boy, certainly he would need to see the back of Goodman. As you indicate, he has scored a number of centuries in this year's tournament. This one full outside the off stump, played into the wide cover region. 1 run resulting. So the opening bowlers for the Central Castries team really not bringing on the sort of pressure one would expect them to in the early bursts of this inning. A bit wayward delivery, a few loose deliveries in the process as well. And this one was at the body of Alcock, who turns it towards the short square leg region, and 1 run resulting. So Grizzly, they are not only hitting the boundaries, but they are picking up the singles whenever it's available. And looking at the body language of the Central Castries team, they almost look like they are deflated out there. There's not really that much of a vibe. You could see a number of players with their arms crossed, like the likes of Jaden Elibox. What do you think, would be urging his bowlers, but not looking the sort of team that in a finals who have a mega total would want to encourage the bowlers, to put a bit of vibe in what's going on. They're just going for the motion, in my opinion.
In the grand final, looking at the bigger picture, being skittled out for 137 in your first innings, being sent into bat, clearly not what the Central Castries management team and coaching team would have expected from the batsmen today. But having said that, you still have a job to go out there and to try to get early wickets, because we know that the Grizzly batting lineup is a really long one and they've been batting well throughout this competition. But the only way back into this game for Central Castries is to pick up wickets, and they would hope that they can get one or two as quickly as possible. As Grizzly 27 without loss inside, and Dylan John is about to start the 7th over, his 4th of the innings.
A bit of bat and pad there. John putting in a dive, hoping that he would have pulled off a catch. Colonel Cook on this occasion looking to work this one towards the onside, the mid-wicket region. So certainly the Grizzly, they have off to a decent start. 27 of 6.1. The current rate 4.74. So a decent rate. 4.38, sorry. Good delivery there, and he was beaten all ends up on this occasion. They are appealing for caught behind, but I don't think umpire McVeigh is unmoved. So excellent delivery there by Dylan John. Just need to be bowling a few more of this.
Yes, a very good delivery there by Dylan John, splitting Khan Alcock in half. That one coming back into the left-handed batter. A huge appeal going up behind the stumps, but initially Dylan John did not go up right away with his appeal.
Yeah, that's an indication. Usually the bowler or the wicketkeeper would have a fair idea as to if there was any bat involved, and he only reacted after he saw the wicketkeeper and the slip cordon appealing.
But like you rightly said, we want to see, or the Central Castries team would want to see, more of the same from Dylan, hitting that length outside the off stump, creating a bit of trouble for Khan Alcock.
Again, while going down the leg side, and we heard some noise. As a matter of fact, looked like there was a bit of bat involved as well. But much better start to this over by Dylan John.
Dylan John seems to have been warmed up now. His engine is hot, and he is in a good groove at the moment as he continues to Khan Alcock.
Good delivery just outside the off stump. Good proven line. But Khan Alcock was very much equal to the task. Just shoulder his arms and allow the ball to go through to the wicketkeeper. So this is what one would expect of Dylan, to be able to bowl at least 4 or 5 deliveries in that spot, and hoping that Khan Alcock would perhaps lose his patience and push at one and perhaps get in the edge. this occasion. This one just angling down the leg side. So again, not able to bowl 3 or 4 deliveries consistently just outside the off stump.
One thing to note also, in the Dylan's previous over, the square leg fielder was placed on the boundary. But I believe that to Can Elcock, with the plan that they have to bowl a lot fuller to him, that he should be placed in the circle. So those deliveries or those balls that wrap him on the pad, just trickling out to the square leg umpire region, is just an easy single. Release the pressure off Can as Jad comes back on strike.
This one short delivery. And a bad miss there on the boundary. And I think the umpire, I think it was a no ball call. So it was really adding insult to injury. It was a no ball, and then a bad bit of fielding there, misfield, and the ball went into the boundary rope for 4. So not good cricket being displayed out there in the middle by Central Castries. This one full delivery but driven towards the extra cover region. They've gone for 1, thinking of a second. They're coming back for the second. So good run in there between Goodman and Elcock, resulting in 2 runs. So if that score at the end of the over, 35 without loss.
It's a good contest so far after the 7 overs that have been bowled by the Central Castries team. Jad Goodman and Can Elcock, they've battled hard for their team, and they've managed to deal with everything that has been bowled at them so far. But I just want to go back to that point I was making 3 deliveries ago, with Can Elcock on strike and Dylan John seemingly to have found his groove, beating him on the inside edge 3 times in that over. But that fielder that was posted way back on the square leg boundary for Jad Goodman, because they were bowling short to him, that just allows Can to work that ball or even just steal a single off his inside edge and release the pressure. And immediately as Jad got back on strike, we saw a no ball and a misfield on the boundary. As Kimani Sexus continues, this one is outside the off stump, keeps low, beats everybody. The keeper is not able to stop this one. This one goes all the way down to the boundary for 4 byes.
Well, again, what we see happening in modern day cricket, wicket keepers go out there without pads. So I think this one keeping low, we saw the wicketkeeper Stephen Natrum really pulling his leg out of the way. So if he had a wicket keeping pad on, it would have been easier for him to block the ball. But I think it's a new trend nowadays for keepers to just go out just with a glove.
Central Castries, they would really want to keep their heads up, because sometimes you have a good opening partnership, and once that partnership is broken, you're able to pick up 2 or 3 wickets in succession, and that would be exactly what they would need if they are to restrict the Grizzly team below their first innings score of 136.
This one, Elcock looking to force off the back foot. Not getting much purchase on. Ball goes to the mid-off region where Tyler Sukwa does the fielding. This one just angling down the leg side. Good Elcock in defense. Just plays this one towards the short square leg region. No run resulting. Elcock, he has faced some 23 deliveries for his 6 runs. He has faced the same amount of deliveries as Goodman, but Goodman has been the aggressor of the two. He has struck 2 4s and 2 6s so far. And Khan looking to try this one, possibility of a run out, and it looks like he's out. Good bit of fielding there. This ball was played to the left of the fielder at mid-on, and with one action collected the ball and threw at the non-striker's end, and Elcock was shot off his crease and was adjudged run out by the umpire. So good bit of cricket there by the Central Castries team.
Just what Central Castries would have wanted or would have been wishing for. Elcock coming forward to drive this ball, which was pitched up to him. The bat face closing, and that ball going to the left of the mid-on fielder, who came in swiftly. Good pickup. Had 3 stumps to aim at, really. A direct hit, and Khan was not able to make his ground, and the first wicket goes down for the Grizzly team. And Central Castries would be hoping that they can build on this breakthrough and really make further inroads into this Grizzly team's batting lineup.
Yes, so with the fall of Elcock's wicket, in comes the captain, Kimani Melius. So certainly Central Castries would want to see the back of the captain Melius as quickly as possible, because he is one, once he settles down, he has the ability to score very quickly. This one is driven towards the cover region effortlessly to the vacant boundary for 4. So good shot there by Jad Goodman, driving on the up.
Jad Goodman, unbothered by what just happened in the previous delivery, getting forward and driving this one through the cover region, the point region, picking up well-deserved boundary for himself. He moves on to 30 of 24 deliveries. Grizzly team in reply to Central Castries' first inning score of 136. They are 43 for 1.
So we see a change in field. The fielder is posted on the square leg boundary. Might be an indication that he might want to test Goodman with a short pitch delivery, aborted his run. So 3 fielders on the onside, 6 on the off. Short delivery, looking to dig this one in, but getting on top. Just played this one front of the shot mid-wicket region, and they're able to scamper through for a single. So at the end of a successful over by the Central team, an over in which they were able to see the back of Elcock via the run-out route.
Yes, Central Castries, they were able to break the opening partnership, and Elcock went out trying to steal a single to the mid-on region. A good work by Norville, who was able to effect the run out. But Jad Goodman, he continues to apply pressure back onto the Central Castries bowling lineup. Once they've aired in their line and length, he has been quick to pounce on those deliveries. And it looks like Central Castries will continue with the short ball ploy to Jad Goodman with a tip backward square and a fine leg on the boundary. He's still on John into his 5th over to continue battle for the Central Castries team.
Yes, as you indicated, there are two fielders posted out on the boundary. So this may be an indication of John continuing with the short ball. But I think he should use that short ball more as a surprise delivery to Goodman. And this one is driven straight back past the bowler and is gonna race into the boundary of 4. So Dylan John again over pitching this delivery, and Goodman just using the pace of Dylan John and just presenting the full face of the bat and getting 4 excellent runs for himself and his team.
One of the more difficult shots to play in the coaching's manual, perfectly executed there by Jad Goodman and picking up another boundary for himself.
And this one, he gets into position and pulls one bounce on the Cadiz pavilion into the marshal ground. So short delivery there by Dylan John, but certainly no venom. It just sat up, and Jad Goodman really obliged and just deposited it out of the Mindoo Phillip Park.
And this is really beautiful batting here by Jad Goodman. The previous delivery was pitched up, and we saw a perfect on drive being executed. And Dylan John, on that occasion, opting to go short at Goodman, but he was into position quickly and deposited that delivery way over the stands. One bounce onto the roof of the stand into the Masha grounds. 6 more runs to the Grizzly total, brings up their 50. They are 54 for 1 inside over number 9. Doing battle for them out there is Jad Goodman. He continues to impress. He is 41 of 28 deliveries. He's hit 4 boundaries and 3 sixes. And Kimani Melius is yet to face a delivery. But good batting here from Jad Goodman.
Yes, certainly good batting indeed. And I think Dylan John perhaps a bit predictable that Goodman knew after having struck him straight back for 4, the next obvious delivery from John would have been perhaps the short one, and he was just camping on the back foot waiting to deposit it out of the ground. So let's see what John's response would be. And this one, full delivery, cannon into the pads but angling down the leg side clearly. No run resulting.
So far, we've seen Jad Goodman being tested with the short deliveries. He's been tested with the ball angling into his pads, but we've not really seen anything from him through the offside region. Maybe an area where the Central Castries team may want to explore.
And this one angling into the pads again, looking to work it off his leg. They have gone for 1 finger of a second, and they completed it very easily. The throw coming off the backward square region, a bit weak, and they at the end really humble the second. So 2 more to the total, and 2 more to Jad Goodman. He moves to 43. Certainly a half century should be in sight.
I would really want to see Dylan John really test Jad Goodman outside his off stump. So far, everything has been coming into his pads or short of a length.
And this one is driven. Effort there by Novell, diving to his right. But the ball eluded his hands and able to complete 2 runs. So 2 more to Goodman. Very productive over for the Grizzly team.
Yes, a very productive over, some 14 runs coming off that over from Dylan John, as his figures now read 5 overs, none for 36. And Jad Goodman, he continues to pick up ones and twos and the odd boundary when the bowlers are off their length. He has moved on to 45 or 31 deliveries. And so far in the Central Castries, the Grizzly they have been scoring at a rate of 6.44, which is a really healthy rate at the moment.
Yes, most certainly. And looks like there's going to be a change in the bowling from the northern end. Tyler Sukwa is coming in to replace Sexius. Sexius, he bowls 4 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs. So we may very well see perhaps a double change, with the last over from Dylan John being quite expensive. So been introduced from the northern end. He'll be bowling to Melius. This one just outside the off stump. Melius gets on top of it, plays it back to the bowler, who does the field-in. So Sukwa really with a very peculiar action. I think this one is only synonymous, I would think, to Sukwa. I have not seen any other bowler looking to crunk that ball behind the back the way he does. This one outside the off stump, it is bang off the back foot, but not getting that much pushes. They've gone for one, coming back for the second, which they've completed quite easily. So Kimani Meli is really looking to force this one off the back foot, but not getting the sort of pace that he perhaps anticipated from Sukwa.
Yes, that one really not coming onto him as quickly as he would have expected. And he was only able to spoon this one into the offside. Managed to go through for 2 runs. He's off the mark now, having faced only the 2 deliveries so far.
Again looking to force this one off the back foot, but Sukwa certainly does not have the sort of pace that Kimani is anticipating. Looking to force this one off the back foot, but not getting too much pitches. Ball goes to the short cover region. It looks like Theo, the fielder. Again, this one plays it off the back foot, but to the point region where Jaden Lybox does the fill-in. No run resulting. So Melius has played most of those deliveries off the back foot, looking to force it into the cover region. Good delivery there, just outside the off stump. Good probing line, but Melius certainly was equal to the task. Judged this one beautifully.
Yes, on that occasion, this delivery looked to have come through a bit more from the previous 4 deliveries that we had seen in the over. So maybe Sukwa now coming into his own in that over and really bending his back now for his team.
So 5 deliveries gone so far. Good delivery there. Comes in defense, pushes this one into the short cover region. No run resulting, so good over completed there by Sukwa. Just 2 run resulting. So a decent start.
Yes, a good start by Tyler Sukwa in the context of this reply and this defense by the Central Castries team. Grizzly, they are 60 for 1 after 10 overs. Maybe 20 or 15 runs too many than Central Castries would have liked at this point. But nonetheless, a very good contest developing out there in the middle. And it will be a bowling change. As is Keithan Shalmine being given the ball. And he will be bowling to Jad Goodman, who is well set on 45 of 31 deliveries.
So Shalmine to replace Dylan John from the southern end. First delivery into the pads. Vociferous appeal there by only the bowler. Very optimistic, I would say. Leg by signal by the umpire. So one more run to the total. Score moves on to 61.
Shalmine will be bowling to Kimani Melius, who will be facing
This one off the back foot, a possibility of a run out. And there's no one backing up. Really hesitated. We move rather slow to the delivery, to the ball, sorry, and really took his cool time to have a throw at the stump.
never looked to have had a single there. That was very poor fielding by the fielder in the cover region there. This one was dropped into the offside by Kimani. A loud call of come, and Jad responding well. No damage done in the end. As a matter of fact, they picked up 2 runs, 1 on the overthrow.
Good delivery brings Kimani in defense. So certainly Kimani is looking to pick up quite a few quick singles, and I think if the fielders are more alert, they perhaps could put a bit of pressure on Jad Goodman.
Yes, this has been a clear plan from Kimani Melius from the moment he's walked out into the middle. He's looked to get a lot of quick singles because the fielders from the Central Castries team, they're hanging back on the circle. And he has done so on 3 occasions without any harm.
Short delivery. Melius, Goodman, into the shot. And look like he may have played a day too early at that shot. Took a long time to come through to the keeper. So this one again angles into the pad. They just tunes this delivery towards the backward square region. 1 run resulting. So certainly no real pressure being built out there by young Shalmine. I think the runs are being scored too easily at this point.
Yeah, the Grizzly pair out in the middle, they've managed to negotiate what he's delivered so far in the 5 deliveries that he's bowling his first over. They've managed to pick up easy singles, really.
Okay, this one is just played off the pad into the short mid-wicket region, straight to the fielder Dylan John. No run resulting, so the over comes to an end. 4 run off Charlemagne's first over. Not a bad start, but certainly one would think that a bit of pressure need to be created if they are to take any wickets. The scoring was just a little too easy for the two batters out there.
Yes, we saw quite a few easy singles being picked up by Jad Goodman and Kimani Melius in Charlemagne's first over. And maybe the captain from the Central Castries team could look at bringing in a few fielders into those positions that are a lot closer to the batter in an effort to build a lot more pressure on them and force them into making those errors.
Yeah, as you did indicate a little earlier on that the fielders, they are hanging back a bit too deep where the 40-yard circle would have been, and they need to be a little more tighter. Try to restrict some of those easy singles and perhaps force them to play a big shot or two. This one angled down the leg side. Jad Goodman looking to work this one towards the fine leg region, not getting any bats onto it. So you may have seen this one as a missed opportunity. So again, the bowlers are not creating the sort of pressure that is required. This one again off the hip. It's turned on to the long leg region where the fielder does the fielding. 1 run resulting. So again, just not the sort of pressure that one would want to see created at this point. Sokwa in the second over, just a bit too loose.
The Central Castries would want to see a lot more dot balls being delivered by their bowlers. At the moment, the Grizzly pair out in the middle, they're able to get off strike and release pressure a bit too easy.
And much better delivery on this occasion. Brings him in defense. Plays it to the short cover region where Jamal James does the filling. So James is having a discussion with Sukwa. Certainly as the former captain, one who has been around the game for a while now. Played for the Winwood Island Volcanoes, so quite an experienced campaigner out there. Brings him in defense again, so this is what one would expect. Try to create a bit of pressure and force Kiman into playing a false shot. So the last two deliveries certainly has been good deliveries, right on the money.
Yes, and we know Kimani Melius to be a very attacking batsman, so I don't think that he would remain quiet for too long. So from a Central Castries perspective, they would want to bowl as many dot balls to him and build some pressure on him, force him to really try to go over the top or try something out of the ordinary.
But again, to Kimani Melius, you can see the fielder posted at the long leg region and the square leg. So is it the question where there's going to be that surprise shot delivery? And this one short gets into position and it deposits this one outside the Mindoo Phillip Park. It has gone over the wide mid-wicket region. So certainly Sokwa does not have the sort of venom to we're pitching that ball short to Kim and Emelius.
We've been witness to 12 overs from the Central Castries team so far, and they have stuck to that short ball plan to the Grizzly batters, but it really has not worked, and I really believe that they should rethink their strategy, as we've seen quite a few of those short deliveries really being dispatched by the batters, because the ball is really not shooting off the wicket. There's no real purchase out there for the bowlers, and those short deliveries are really sitting up and being dismissed by the Grizzly batters so far.
Yeah, as you indicated, the short ball ploy have not worked, and they certainly would need to revisit that plan. They are really being hammered whenever they are short. So maybe the captain also may seriously need to consider changing things around, perhaps bringing Jaden in the live box, perhaps spin from one end and operate with the medium pacers from one end and spin from the other end. But we've just been seeing a diet of medium fast bowling, and certainly they have not put the sort of pressure one would have expected on the Grizzly batters.
Yes, the captain of the Central Castries team would be thinking at the moment, what can he do to really reduce the scoring rate? Currently, Grizzly, they're going at 6 runs and over.
Charlemagne to continue wayward delivery down the leg side. So not the best of stats, really not bowling those wicket taking deliveries. And the Central team, they are just going through the motion, really. Nobody's really encouraging the bowler, encouraging the fielders. Not even the captain, who's the wicket keeper, was supposed to be the lifeline of the team. And this one is driven up pitchly, but short of the fielder in live box at the point region. I think the Grizzly batters, as we have seen, they just playing a tad too early. I was thinking that the ball would be coming at them with a bit of more pace, and that does not seem to be the case. It's not a question where the wicket is wet and the ball is holding back. Just that perhaps what they're accustomed of practicing, the sort of bowlers they're practicing against, it's not the same in this match condition. And this one down the leg side, Jad Goodman just allows this one to go through, but this one on this occasion really went through with a fair bit of pace on this occasion.
Speaking to Dylan John before the start of this innings, he did indicate that there may have been or would have been some moisture still under the surface. Testament to Grizzly winning the toss and opting to bowl this morning. But I like what I see from Charlemagne. I have time for this young man. He looks to be a good athlete. And as I would have alluded to a couple of overs ago, I would love to see Jad Goodman being tested outside his off stump. Get a sweeper out on the cover boundary. As we see a wide delivery not being taken by the keeper. And the batters are able to cross through for one by.
Yeah, certainly this one angled down the leg side, and it looked like the keeper Stephen Natram may have done a bit of damage to his hand. He's still clutching perhaps the thumb. Ball may have struck the thumb, but certainly not the consistent line and length that one would require from Charlemagne. Too many deliberate angling down the leg side to the left hander, and this one even wide. That possibility of wide being called and a wide signal by the umpire. So Is it a question of young Shalman trying too hard and really not getting it right?
Before this delivery, we could have seen Shalman speaking to the fielder posted at mid-off, indicating that he was really trying to get his wrist into position to get that ball to move away from the left-handed Goodman. On this occasion, this delivery to Kimani Melius, the right-handed batsman, overcompensating and bowling a wayward delivery outside the off-stump. Yes, a good delivery there by Shalman, really testing Kimani outside that off-stump line. Really what we would call dangling the carrot. And we see on that occasion Kimani losing his balance trying to hit that one over the offside. One would believe that the Central Castries captain would be tempted to remove that man that has been posted on the deep backward square boundary and give his bowlers some protection out on the offside and encourage them to hold that line. Yes, a productive shot there by Melius on this occasion, getting one outside the off-stump, back of a length, coming back and guiding this one upishly, but it was safe in the end all the way down to the boundary for 4. Takes him to 15. Sukwa continues, try to steal a quick single, and he is back into his crease. Good follow-up there by the bowler, Sukwa.
Yeah, certainly Melius looking for every available run, and this occasion it was a non-existent single. Certainly Goodman could have found himself in trouble, but Goodman did call very early, and Melius was able to scamper back to his crease. This one is short and it's pulled over the backward square region for 6. So again, Sokwa going short, and again he's been penalized.
Yes, the Central Castries, as a bowling unit, they've opted for that field with the two guys posted on the boundary on the leg side, and they've used or tried to use that short ball as a surprise delivery. But the Grizzly batsmen, they have been equal to the task so far, and they've profited from that length of bowling so far.
So what would the reply from Sokwa be? And this one is outside the awesome. He went for the big expansive drive, and is caught at slip there by Jamal James. And as you indicated earlier on, that they should be bowling a bit more outside the awesome. And on this occasion, Tyler Sokwa reaping the reward for keeping this one outside the awesome, and a good sharp catch taken by Jamal James.
Yes, a good breakthrough there for the Central Castries team. It has been a long time coming. We know that Kimani Melius is a very attacking batsman by nature, and that one was bowled outside the off stump. May have been a bit late on that delivery, the hands coming through only to find the edge, and a sharp catch there by Jamal James at first slip. Very good wicket for the Central Castries team, as Grizzly they lose the second wicket with the score on 85. And Tyler Sokwa is the man with the breakthrough. He picks up his first wicket. He has bowled 2.4 overs for 20 runs so far.
Yes, so good breakthrough there, just on the stroke of tea there by the Central Castries team, seeing the back of the captain Kimani Melius. So Jad Goodman not out on 48. Elcock, he was run out by Norville for 6. Kimani Melius, as I did indicate, just got caught by James. So for Central Castries, Dylan John 5 overs, 1 maiden 36 runs. Kimani Sexius 4 overs, 1 maiden 16 runs. Tyler Sokwa, who just made the breakthrough, 2.4 overs for 20 runs. And you have Keithan Shalmine, who was bowled 2 overs for 5 runs. So at this point, we are going to take a break, and we'll resume after the tea interval.
afternoon, listeners and viewers. We are back here at the Mindoo Phillip Park after a short water break. And as we told you earlier on, Grizzly this morning won the toss and they inserted Central Castries into bat. And Central Castries was bowled out for 136. And at the moment, Grizzly, they're 85 for 2. And Noel Leo, the new batsman, and Kimani Melius, who's caught James Bol Sukwa for 21 of 19 deliveries. And Con Elcock was run out for 8 for 6 of 24 deliveries. So the new batsman, Noel Leo, he is just taking his guard from umpire Ali Augustine and will be facing the bowling of Tyler Sukwa, who got the wicket of the captain, Kimani Melius, before they took that water break. So Sukwa from the far end bowls to Leo. Leo gets the ball on off stump, comes forward in defense and plays it to the backward point area. The man misfields and they go through for a single. So the score moves on to 86 for 2. So at the end of the over, Grizzly 86 for 2 after they bowl out Central Castries for 156.
Yeah, a good over there by Tyler Sukwa, picking up the big wicket, I should say, of Kimani Melius. And he has bowled 3 overs. He's picked up the wicket of Kimani Melius and he is considered some 21 runs. It will be Keithan Shalmine to continue at the other end. Noel Leo just got off the mark in the previous delivery and he will be facing. He replaced Kimani Melius. Another very aggressive batsman by nature, one who likes to get on with scoring. So Keithan Shalmine would be advised to be clear in his mindset as to what plans he would like to execute and stick to that for as long as possible, building pressure on those batsmen. Noel Leo in particular, he is shown to start his innings in real grand fashion.
So it's Shalmine to Leo. Bowls to Leo. Leo gets the ball on off stump, gets on top of it and guides it to the man at the backward point area who feels and there is no run. But as I heard you say previously, I'm also impressed with Shalmine. He is a good prospect. And we hope that he'll be able to go from strength to strength as a medium fast bowler, but he has all the attributes of a good fast bowler. So Leo settles on it. Shalmine is halfway there, passes the umpire now. Bowls to Leo, ball down the leg side and Leo turns it off his pass down to the man on the wideish fine leg area and they go through for a single. So now to the total 87 leg by signal man by McVeigh. So 87 for 2, but a badly line delivery by Shalmine.
Yes, and Shalmine, he has looked a lot more effective when he has bowled that line on about the off stump. He has been guilty on a few occasions of drifting down the leg side of the left-handed batter, but generally he's looked good. He looks like a really good athlete, and he could only get better from here.
Yes, I agree with you. As Shalmine will bowl to Jack Goodman. Bowls to Goodman, shot outside the off stump, and he goes back and slaps that for the backward point area. 1 for 1. They're coming back for the second. A good piece of fielding there by the fielder. Looks like a lie box. And They come through for 2, but a good shot, and that's his 50. A well played 50 by Jack Goodman. He has been very prolific in the local cricket, and he's a good player. So he gets another 50. So that's very good for his team, and so he'll want to stay as long as possible. But Jad is the kind of batsman, when he gets to 50, he doesn't fade away. He always, most of the time, goes on to score a century. Shalmine has other ideas and gets a ball, which squares him up a little, plays it down to the man at the second slip area, and there is no run. But Jad Goodman, a very good player.
Yes, another statement inning there today by Jad Goodman. No better time to get amongst the runs for your team in the grand final of the premier competition on Island. And he will be looking to carry his bat as he has done so far in this competition, picking up centuries at will.
Shalmain bowls to Jad, and Jad hits that over the infield. That's 6. Over long off. Beautiful shot, and when he's in form, he looks so good. That was an effortless shot by Goodman. The ball pitch up, and he went with the shot over long off for 6. Good shot. 95 for 2, and Jad looks in top form.
Shot of authority there by Jad Goodman. Kifan Shalmine pitching this one up a bit too close to the batsman, and Jad, who has been batting brilliantly so far, hits this one long and high over the long off region for 6.
Shalmine to Goodman, a shot delivery, and he swivel around, and is that down to the wideish fine leg area for 4. So Jad Goodman really, he's well on his way. He's looking, and he's making batting look very easy at the moment.
Shot of authority again there from Jad Goodman. Again, this one, the bowler, after being punished on the previous delivery for pitching up, opting to go short, and Jad Goodman was equal to the task, bisecting the 2 fielders out on the boundary. Well controlled shot, picking up another boundary, takes him to 60 of 45 deliveries. He's hit 5 4s and 4 massive 6s so far in his innings, and he's only faced 25 dot balls. So he's been batting really well here for his team, and Central Castries would love to see the back of Jad Goodman.
Yes, if they have to get back into this game, as you said, they will have to get Jad and get him now. But the way he's batting, he's looking dangerous, and who knows, he might get another century, but we just have to wait and see. But it will be Sukwa will continue the bowling for the Central Castries team, and he'll be bowling to Noel Leo, the left-handed Noel Leo. Sukwa to Leo, and Leo gets a good delivery on about middle and leg, plays it back along the wicket. Sukwa fails to his own bowling, and there is no run. Sukwa is bowling with 2 slips, but the first slip and the third slip, there is a gap between the first and third. A backward point, so cover mid off, on side he has a mid on mid wicket, and he has a deep backward square as Sukwa from the north. Oh, it's a beautiful shot by Leo, but it's slowing up, but the fielders can give up the chase. Yes, it's 4 runs. That was an elegant shot by Noel Leo, leaning into it and driving it beautifully through the covers with a lovely shot.
Yes, Noel Leo showing his class there. This one was pitched up by Sukwa outside the off stump, and Leo coming forward and caressing this one through the cover region all along the ground for 4. He moves on to 5, picking up his first boundary of the innings.
103 for 2. Sukwa, let's see how he responds to Noel Leo, and a ball on about leg stump, and Leo turning it down to the short fine leg area, and they go through for a single. 104 for free leg by, signaled by umpire Ali. So Noel Leo is lending good support to Jad Goodman. And Leo himself, as you indicated, is an aggressive batsman by nature, but I think he has some experience and he should know that Jad is already going, so you just have to play second fiddle at the moment as Sukwa bowls to Goodman and he turns that one of his pads down to the backward square area. They go for a single. So one more to the total, 104 and 5. 105 for 2. So Central Castries, they will have to make a regular breakthrough into the Grizzly batting order, but at the moment Grizzly is slightly ahead as Suka will try as he comes in once more. Bowls to Leo drives, but straight to the man after Idish mid-off. Looks like Dylan John who fields, and there is no run. So bright sunshine here at the Grizzly playing field. A few spectators has come in to my left, and they are enjoying some very good cricket here at the Mindoo Phillip Park as Leo settles again. Sukwa comes in, passes umpire Ali. Bowls to Leo, and Leo drives elegantly. That's for a lovely shot. And pitch up and coming forward and opening the face of the bat and driving that down to the backward point area for 4. Magnificent shot by Noel Leo.
Good execution there by Noel Leo on that occasion, really opening the face and bisecting the gap on the offside and picking up another boundary in this over. But I really believe that the Central Castries team and the captain out there has missed a trick by not having an extra protection out on the offside for his bowling group.
Good observation. Yeah, because as soon as he beat the infield, no cover, he will get 4. So bad captaincy there by the Central Castries team. But it's in the favor of the Grizzly team, and so they have moved on to 109. 109 for 2. And Goodman has moved on to 61 of 46 delivery, 5 fours and 4 sixes. So he's playing a very important knock for his team. Eli Bucks played a similar innings for his team, but he had no support. But Goodman is getting some support.
Yes, the Grizzly team, they've built partnerships so far, which is very critical when playing in your first innings, because you really and truly only want to bat once and bat big. And so far, Jad Goodman, he is 61 of 46 deliveries, and he's not really given anything to the Central Castries bowling team.
Probably it's Norville. Probably. Okay, Norville, the new bowler. And Jad goes back and sweeps and pulls that. Hey, that's 6 runs. Lovely shot. 6 runs. The shot delivery by Norville. And the Jad swiveling on the back foot and pulling through the mid-wicket area for 6. So Jad Goodman really and truly is really on the rampage here this afternoon, and the bowlers don't know where to bowl to him, but delivery by Norville and Jad Goodman making full use of it. 6 runs.
An ill-advised short delivery there first up by Cipriani Norville, and Jad Goodman didn't need any second invitations to dispatch this one over the mid-wicket boundary for 6 runs. And Jad, he continues to be brutal on anything that is being delivered short to him. And Norville would be better advised to get that ball pitched up outside the off stump. And if Central Castries were to take any learnings from how the way that Kimani Melius was dismissed, they would stick to that outside off stump line and set the field accordingly, try to build pressure and force the batsman to make an error in judgment.
Norville to Goodman, and Goodman goes for the push and he's bowling. No? Yes, and Norville has caught the big fish. He got his revenge. A short delivery again, and Jad Goodman going for the similar shot, got him on the edge and onto his stumps. And so a big blow struck there by the young man Norville after being brutally pulled for 6 over mid-wicket. The next delivery he managed to make Jad play on, and so a good wicket to get at this moment.
Master stroke there by Captain Natram, giving the ball to Cipriani Norville, being dispatched for 6 on his first delivery. But this delivery, although it was short, the line was different. That line was outside of stump, and Jad Goodman tried to drag that one onto the leg side, only managing to get a bottom edge onto his stumps. A good innings nonetheless by Jad Goodman, 67 of 48 deliveries. Really put his team in a good position here. Grizzly, they are 115 for 3.
Yes, a good knock there by Jad Goodman. And I know he loves batting, and I know he's disappointed he got out, but nonetheless he played a good knock for his team, giving them the advantage. But cricket is a funny old game, you can never tell. So 115 for 3. And the new batsman is Tariq Edward? Yes, Tariq Edward. Of late he has had some form with the bat, so let's see if he can continue. But these two will want to bat as long as possible. 115 for 3. But Central Castries, they will want to continue to make further inroads into the Grizzly batting order. Bright sunshine here at the Mindoo Phillip Park. Good conditions for cricket. As Navin, I'm sure will be unhappy now to get the big fish, Jad Goodman, as he goes in once more. And that's a good delivery. Just outside of stump, but coming back a little, making some height, and Edward the Tallman gets on top of it and place it on the offside, and there is no run.
Good follow-up delivery there by Cipriani Norville. Very gentle medium pace, a gentle run-up. Nothing extravagant about him, but he's done the trick for his captain when called upon.
As Norville will try again. Wide ball outside the off stump. The batsman doesn't play. The ball goes through to the wicket keeper Stephen Mitchell, who collects behind the stumps, and there is no run. So Norville going with 2 slips, a first slip and a third slip. A backward point, a cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, the backward square, and a wide fine leg on the boundary as Norville bowls to Edward, ball outside the off stump, and Edward comes forward, opening the face of the bat. Ball trickles on the offside, and there is no run. Still 115 for 3, but not a bad over so far by the young man.
Yes, with just one delivery left in his first over, Cipriani would be looking to close out this over with a dot ball. A very good over, barring that first delivery that was dispatched for 6, as he continues to bowl to Tariq Edward. This one is pitched up and driven into the gap on the offside. Good fielding by Dylan John. The batters are able to cross for 1.
So at the end of the over, the score moves on to 116 for 3. So these two, they will want to continue batting for the team. Not far away from first innings, because you can recall that Central Castries only scored 146 in the first innings. So these two, they will want to make sure they reach that 146 and then bat on to pile on the runs and put pressure on Central Castries. But the Central Castries and the players will have other ideas, and they will want to take wickets at a regular interval. So Sukwa, he will continue the attack, and he'll be bowling to Tariq Edward. Sukwa. Tariq settles in with as Sukwa bowls to Edward. Edward gets a ball on about middle leg, plays it down to the man at middle. Dylan John fails, no run. So Sukwa has been around for a while, and he has had some injury in the past. that is coming back to full fitness. As Tariq Edward with Sukwa from the northern end or river end. Goes to Edward. That's a good delivery again. Ball taking the inside edge and going to the mid wicket area, and they come back for 2 and they will get it quite easily. So the score moves on to 118 for 2.
Yes, and Grizzly, they now trail by 18 runs, responding to the first innings total of 136 by Central Castries. And they would be hoping that Noel Leo and Tariq Edward could put on a partnership here and not allow Central Castries to make any further inroads into the batting lineup.
As Sukwa will continue to bowl to Edward. Bowls to Edward, a good delivery again on about middle leg. He's forward in defense. Ball goes to the man at mid-on. John fields again, and there is no run. So far in this over, Sukwa is concentrating more middle and leg stump line, and really not giving Tariq Edward the whiff to free his arms.
Yes, Tyler Sukwa, he is not too long ago he picked up the big wicket of Kimani Melius, and he has continued to apply pressure for his team. You did make mention of the fact that he was, and this one is inside edge, trickles down to the fielder at fine leg. Full delivery by Sukwa. Tariq Edward was late on this one, only managing to get an inside edge and pick up a single down to fine leg. But yes, Joe, you did make mention of the fact that Sukwa is recovering from injury or coming back from injury. So it would be very interesting to see if Stephen, the captain Stephen, continues with him. He's into his 5th over. And how long of a spell is he allowed to bowl today for his team?
Yes, the captain will have to know how to utilize him as he comes in once more to bowl to Leo, and Leo drives down to the man, the sweeper at the backward point area, and they go through for a single. So 120 for free. And Tariq Edward, the right-hander, will be facing Sukwa, Noel Leo, the left-hander, as Tariq settles. Sukwa comes in, he's halfway there, passes umpire Ali now. Bowls to Edward, and Edward gets a good delivery. There is a loud appeal, but umpire Ali says no. Probably felt that the ball was going down the leg side. So at the end of the over, Central Castries were inserted this morning to bat. They scored 146, and now Grizzly, they are 120 for free.
Yes, a good contest out there in the middle. The Grizzly camp would think or feel that they have the upper hand at the moment, only trailing by 16 runs with 7 wickets in hand. And so for Central Castries, they would be hoping that they can continue to take wickets and not allow the Grizzly team to build any more significant partnerships. So we have out in the middle for Grizzly, Noel Leo. He is 10 of 9 deliveries, and he's hit 2 boundaries so far. It will be Cipriani Norville to continue. He picked up the big wicket of Jad in his previous over.
And he will want to take many more wickets, as Norville passes the tall figure of umpire McVin now and bowls to Leo, and Leo plays that to the man at short mid wicket. Dylan John, who makes a good save. It was firmly struck there by Noel Leo, so he could not get a run. So good work by Dylan John as Norville runs below us from the broadcasting booth. Then the passes on Paul McVeigh. Bowls to Leo, and Leo drives, and that's 4 runs. Good shot by Noel Leo. Norville slightly over pitching, then Leo driving sweetly for the mid-off area for 4. Good shot by Noel Leo.
Yes, this one was spunked by Noel Leo, straight back past the bowler for 4. As I said previously, Norville is not express pace. He's very gentle with his run-up, And that one just sat up, and Noel Leo needed no invitations to spang this one for 4.
Norville, a better delivery. And Leo plays it to the man at the backward point area. No run, so good comeback delivery by Norville. He's a young player, but he will learn. And Noel Leo, who is a very good player, he will want to take advantage of the young man, but let's see. Good contest as Novel balls to Leo, and Leo drives. Will the man at mid of cut it off? They're waiting for the signal, but no signal, so 2 runs. So good work by the fielder in the long off area. So Noel Leo not going for no expensive shot, just playing each ball on its merit and playing with a straight bat. And so far he has looked very elegant as Novel. Balls to Leo going down the leg side, and Leo will be disappointed and beats both the batsman and the keeper. They have gone for one, they're coming back for the second. It will be bias. Yes, it is. Or leg bias. A leg bias. Signaled by umpire Magvin. So 2 more to the total. 126 for free.
Yes, you can get the feeling that Noel is eager to get after Norville here. He looks to be a lot more aggressive in that over, facing up to Norville. Let's see if Norville can create a chance for his team.
Norville to Leo, delivering leg stump, and they go for a quick single. They play that near onside, and the man from mid wicket coming in could not prevent the single. So a good single. So 1 more to the total, 129 for free at the end of the over.
So Norville completing his second over. He has conceded 14 runs and picked up 1 wicket. And all eyes would be on Captain Stephen Natram at this point to see whether he makes a change at the end that Sukwa was bowling at. Sukwa has completed 5 overs. And you know, at times when a fast bowler is coming off injury, his workload may be managed. And I do believe we're seeing a bowling change as we predicted, and it looks like it will be Dylan John replacing Tyler Sukwa.
But I found that strange that so Central Castries has around 4 spinners and they haven't introduced one of them as yet. But anyway, it's the captain who is in control out there and he knows best. So it's Dylan John who is being reintroduced into the attack. And this time he is bowling from the northern end. He started here at the southern end. So let's see if the change will bring success as it comes in and goes to Leo. And Leo hits that over the top. Beautiful shot. 6 runs. Oh my God. What a majestic shot by Noel Leo. A ball pitched up and he just leaned into it and hit it over wideish long off for 6. Glorious shot by Noel Leo.
Yes, a good safe shot there by Leo. That one was pitched up by Dylan. And Noel Leo driving him over the offside all the way for 6. Takes his score up to 23 of 16. And Noel Leo has just struck his for 6 of the innings.
And he's looking good so far. John will try again. Balls to Leo and Leo turns out of his palms. Down to the backward square area. They've gone for one. They're hustling through for the second. And in the end they got it quite easily. So 2 more to the total, 147 for free. And they are in the lead now by 1 run. So Grizzly will be very happy to overhaul that first inning score by Central Castries. So it will be John again to Noel Leo. Bright sunshine here at the Mindoo Phillip Park as John bowls to Leo. Leo gets a good delivery and he's solid in defense. Plays the ball on the offside and there is no run. But Noel Leo so far is looking very good, very compact.
Yes, and the Grizzly team, they would have checked off their first assignment, which would have been to overhaul the first innings total of the Central Castries team. So now they lead by 1. They would be looking now to really press on and get a big score.
As John to Leo, he stand up straight to the short ball and plays it down to the sweeper at the backward point area, and they go through for a single. So 148 for free, and Leo is looking very good indeed. And when he's playing like that, you can never tell he can get to a big score. But Tariq Edward is lending good support at the other end, and these two will want to bat until the end of play. But the Central Castries and my players will have other ideas. As John comes in, goes to oh my goodness, that was a vicious delivery, and Tariq Edward just couldn't get out of the way, and he struck somewhere in the body, not too sure what area, but that was a ball that really kicked off of a very good length, and Edward had no answer.
Aggressive delivery there by Dylan John, wrapping Tariq Edward on the gloves, really not able to get out the way of that delivery. Tariq, all is well in the end, but he would be mindful that Dylan John has this in his locker.
Yes, so psychological advantage there for John. Let's see as he comes in. Balls to Edward. Not shot delivery again. Tariq Edward is not playing the shot deliveries well at all. So John realizing that he's not playing well, he's giving him some short deliveries and he's looking uncomfortable. But a good end to the over there by Dylan John, who was very hostile to Edwards.
Yes, the change of ends there for Dylan John really proving to be a change in result in that those deliveries that he's able to generate or extract extra bounce out of the surface from that end. And on 2 occasions wrapping Tariq Edward on the glove, the second one almost resulting in an opportunity. Nonetheless, Tariq Edward, he survives, and Grizzly, they are 138 for 3 after 20 overs. The lead moves up to 2 runs.
So the bowling figures: Dylan John, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 45 runs, no wicket. Kimani Sexius, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, no wicket. Tyler Sukwa, 5 overs, no maidens, 44 runs, 1 wicket. And Kifen Shalmine, 3 overs, no maidens, 17 runs, no wicket. And Cipriani Noville, 2 overs, no maidens, 14 runs, 1 wicket. Another delivery there by Noville, and the batsman Noel Leo hitting that over long on for 6. So Noville is getting a baptism of fire this afternoon.
Yes, and we did make mention of the fact that Noel Leo, he looks a lot more comfortable facing up to Cipriani Noville, and in the last over he looked to be a lot more attacking, and on that occasion being depositing him straight over his head for 6.
But Noville would like the same thing to repeat when Jad hit him for 6 and he got the wicket. Let's see if he can replicate that as he bowls to Leo, and Leo drives. And that's 4 runs down to the backward point area. Lovely shot ball outside the off stump. And Leo coming forward and opening the face of the bat and driving down to the backward point area for 4. So Leo is in full flight now. He's looking very good.
Yes, another productive shot there by Leo. Noville on that occasion pitching one outside the off stump, and Noel Leo going through with the drive, getting this one past the fielder at point for another boundary.
Noville will try again. He bowls to Leo, and Leo hits that. It's early, but for a shot of Sexius after a wideish long on. One thought Sexius could have done better with that, but nonetheless Leo gets a single, so the score moves on to 149 for 3. But for a moment we thought Sexius could make a catch out of that.
Yes, a half chance you would say created there by Noville, and what he has done is his lack of pace he has compensated with what you would call discipline or patience, and he has continued to plug away, even with Noel Leo being very aggressive towards him. But he has continued to hold his own and bowl that line and length that creates pressure on the batsman, as we see Tariq Edward coming forward to defend.
A good delivery there by Noville. And Tariq Edward had no choice but to defend into the cover area. John Fields, no run. So Noville will try again for Central Castries as Tariq Edward settles on width. Noville to Edward. That's a good delivery on both leg stump and plays it to the mid wicket area. So they go for a quick single. So one more to the total. 149 for free. But good cricket there. 150? Well, the 150 is up. So 150 for free.
Yes, and Tariq Edward really playing sensibly here. He realized that Noel Leo fancies the bowling of Cipriani Noville, and anytime that he gets the opportunity, he looks to rotate the strike and get Noel to face as many of those deliveries as possible.
Short delivery, and Leo swivels and hits it over the backward square for 6. And young Noville really is under the pump here this afternoon, and the score moves on to 156 for free. And I'm feeling sorry for the young man, but it's a learning process. I think he will learn and go from strength to strength.
And yes, we see that the previous delivery, Tariq Edward getting off strike, getting Noel back on strike to face the last delivery of Cipriani Noville's third over, and Noel Leo depositing the short delivery outside the park takes his tally up to 43 of 23 deliveries. He is at 4 fours and 3 sixes, and he's striking at 186. A blistering knock in the making there by Noel Leo, and we could probably draw comparisons to the innings that was played earlier by Jaden Elibox. But I would take particular interest into how Noel goes from here. He's known for getting those quick stats, scoring at rapid rates, hitting a lot of boundaries, and then getting out. So all eyes would be on him to see whether he could carry his bat and really get a big score and a big lead here for his team.
Yes, good observation. And let's hope he will continue. But as you said, sometimes he gives his wicket away. So it's going to be John to continue the bowling. We'll be bowling to Tariq Edward. Here comes the John from the far end. Bowls to Edward and he's squeezing him up and plays it to the man at the point area who feels no run. But a good delivery there by Dylan John, and he'll have to try and bowl many more good deliveries like this to create the chance for his team. But at the moment, Grizzly they are in front, 156 for free as John smooth one up to the wicket, balls to Edward. A good delivery again. Tariq is equal to the task. Plays it on the offside and there is no run. So 2 good deliveries there by Dylan John.
Yes, and ever since Dylan John had been given the ball from that end, he looks to have had renewed energy. He's running in a lot harder, hitting the deck a lot harder, and he's wrapped Tariq on the glove twice in the previous over. And so far he's started excellently. Last thing he would want here is Tariq getting off strike. As
John bowls to Edward, and Edward hits that powerfully in the long on area, wideish long on, and it goes into the boundary now for 4. So good response there by Tariq Edward after getting 2 good deliveries, which he defended. This one was a bit shorter, and he went with it and he played it to the wideish long on area for 4. So a good shot by Tariq Edward.
Earlier, the defensive work of Tariq Edward was put into question by Dylan John. On that occasion, he chose to fight fire with fire. An expansive drive over the mid-on region 3 bounces into the boundary for 4. Good contest here between bat and ball.
And Edward will be happy with that boundary as John Boats again and the short delivery, and oh, what a good shot there by Edward. A short delivery. And he went into his wicket and just helped it on its way down to the mid-wicket area for Roland Cox. Saying he did it like a ballet dancer, and Cox is right on that. So good shot. Consecutive boundaries in the over.
Yes, Tariq Edward picking up a boundary on that occasion, but I would not say that he was entirely in control of that one. He may have looked to picked up that one and hit it a lot finer. But that one making its way over the square leg region and trickling into the boundary for another boundary nonetheless. The lead moves up to 28.
As John to Edward. And Edward, my goodness, and that one pass in between the first and second slip and down to the third man boundary for 4. It was a chance?
Yes, a chance going a begging at the slip cordon. Jamal James, and that looks like Werner. Amari Werner. The ball going between the two of them. As we see that Tariq Edward, he was hanging back, expecting a short delivery. Dylan John pitching that one up outside the off stump. And Edward trying to drive, his feet nowhere close to the delivery. Managing to find the edge, but going through the slip cordon and picks up another boundary. He moves on to 17.
Not in control, but 4 nonetheless, as John will try again. And Tariq gives him the charge. The ball is in the air. 2 fielders going for the catch. And I think he takes the catch. Yes, he does take the catch. So, Theo Edward taking the catch. A good catch in the end because the ball was moving away from him and he held on. But that was a ill-advised shot by Tariq Edward. He charged the bowler and the ball taking the outside edge, and Theo Edward taking a good catch. So a soft dismissal there by Tariq Edward.
Yes, Tariq Edward was really unsettled by Dylan from that end, and Dylan really came after Tariq with those short deliveries, and he realized that defending just standing up to that wasn't working out for him in the end. He chose to fight fire with fire, and he hit him for 3 deliveries on that occasion, skying this one, and a good catch. Theo Edward running back and taking this one over his shoulder. And Grizzly, they have lost their 4th wicket for 168.
Yes, so 168 for 4. And you just saw the last wicket going there. Tariq Edward playing an ill-advised shot, charging the bowler Dylan John. He got the thick outside edge, and Theo Edward running and taking a very good catch. So Jad Goodman, he was out for 67 of 48 deliveries, 5 fours and 5 sixes. Con Elcock ran out for 6 of 24 deliveries, 1 4. Kimani Melius, he was caught. Jamal James bowled Sukwa for 21 of 19 balls with 1 4 and 2 sixes. And we had Noel Leo not out. He's on 43 of 23 deliveries, 4 fours and 3 sixes. And Tariq Edward, just before tea, he was caught. Theo Edward bowled Dylan Jones for 17 of 19 deliveries with 3 fours. So that's where we take a break, and we'll be back after tea.
Welcome back to the Mindoo Phillip Park as we are about to resume play after tea. Noel Leo is facing up to Amari Vena. So the captain has introduced spin immediately after the tea resumption. So certainly we saw a diet of medium pace bowling, some 5 bowlers before spin was introduced into the attack. And this one is uppishly and it is right over the long on boundary for 6. So Noel Leo continues in his 6 hitting mode.
Yes, and it's only taken him 3 deliveries into the spinner's over to really go over the top, and this one was flighted. Really enticing Leo. Werner really enticing Leo. And the batsman coming out on top on this occasion takes him to 49.
Yeah, so 1 run short of a half century. Good full delivery. Leo comes down on this one, plays it to the man at the wideish cover. No run resulting. And this one, a sharp chance there to the left of Jamal Jim at slip. And he comes back for a second, and that would be his half century. So Noel Leo, he moves on to 51 of 28 deliveries, some 4 fours and 4 sixes, given a life right at the end.
Yes, really lucky to be raising his bat here at the moment, but nonetheless a really good innings from Noel Leo. 51 of only 28 deliveries, 4 fours and 4 sixes, striking at 182.
Yes, certainly a good enterprising knock on this one. It's driven down to the man at the off region. 1 run resulting. So the first over of spin, and Amari Vena really created an opportunity. Difficult. Nevertheless, he was able to create one.
Yes, a golden up at a really rapid rate. And Jamal James at first catch. And Noel Leo survives another over.
So Dylan John will be continuing the attack from the northern end. So John certainly looking to. He has dropped a man down at the mid-wicket region, and as they feel that the cover point to come more at the into the point region. And good attacking shot there by. Possibility of a run out on Dylan John. Really has fallen asleep at the wheels there. Caught the ball, but was in no position to look to effect the round. It could have been close from our vantage point, but good attacking shot there by Leo, continuing to be very positive out in the middle. And this one just standing tall and punches of Vena at the point region. It's come point to his minimum for his team. And this one is a lofted drive. played this one very nonchalantly, and it's always a very pleasant sight to see a batsman hitting the fast bowler straight over his head.
Yes, a real statement shot there by really showing the maker's name to Dylan John and holding the pose, sending a message that he really means business this afternoon. Takes his score up to 60.
So that has forced the change. The mid-off has dropped onto the long off boundary now. Brings Leo in defense. So Leo sound aggression with some sound defense, suddenly playing the ball on its merit.
Yes, it's really a good thing to see, batsmen who are well known for their stroke making and the elegance, when they could mix and match that with solid defense.
And this one is driven through the covers, and a bit of field in there by is it Cyprian Norville, and the ball has gone through the legs and to the boundary for 4. So not the first time we have seen a sort of lackadaisical effort by the fielder. Certainly needs to put a bigger effort than that, because his team is already behind the 8 ball.
Yes, and with that shot, the lead goes past 50. The lead has moved up to 53. Cipriani Norville guilty of not completing the simple stop in the cover region. As Dylan John continues to Noel Leo. Shot outside the off stump, and Noel Leo rocks back and cuts this one through the offside to pick up another boundary in the over. A really expensive over being bowled here by Dylan John.
Yeah, very poor bowling there by John. I think considered some 16 runs in the last over. Last delivery was a buffet delivery, short and wide, really asking to be hit, and it was well executed by Noel Leo. So Noel Leo really on the charge at this point after the tea break.
Yes, and before the resumption of play, Coach Crafton would have had a word with Noel Leo, re-emphasizing the goal or the plan for him to bat as long as possible, because with a man of his talent and his ability, once he spends time out in the middle, run scoring becomes very easy, as Amari Verna will continue to Dominic August, who will be facing his first delivery.
So this one been tossed up and struck to the left of the fielder at short cover, and it goes close to the boundary ropes where Theo Edward comes around, and they've completed 2 runs. So August is off the mark.
It's a delightful drive there from August, facing up to his first delivery, picking up an easy 2 runs.
A vociferous appeal there by the bowler and the slip fielder Jamal James in particular, but certainly umpire McVern was not interested. Not out. So good delivery there, bringing August forward. Forces this one off the back foot, not getting much purchase. The man from the point region comes across to his left, does the fielding. No, so extra field have been added onto the offside in the person of Jadonel Ibox. And this one he's comprehensively bowled. This one tossed up, and August looking for that lofted drive over the long on region, and he was castled in the process. So good breakthrough there by Amari Venner.
Yes, Amari Vuna, he created an opportunity that was dropped in his first over, and on that occasion there was a field change. The man who was posted on the deep mid-wicket boundary was brought into the offside, and there was nobody out on the leg side, and Dominic August thought that he would try to take advantage of that, but he missed a straight delivery and got bowled by Amari Vuna. As Grizzly, they now lose their 5th wicket.
Yeah, so the Central Castries team, they are making inroads into the batting. It took them quite a while to introduce the spin into the attack, and certainly with the introduction of Venner, his very first over created an opportunity, and now he has gotten the wicket of Dominic August. But it's a bit passing strange that we have not seen the likes of Jaden Elibox being given the ball.
Yes, and Jaden Elibox would be the premier spinner among the ranks in the Central Castries setup, and we've not seen him today, and some 6 bowlers have been used by Captain Nitram. But Amari Vuna, he has bowled 1.4 overs, and he's picked up a wicket of Dominic August, a real ill-advised shot from August against the run of play, and Vuna continues to keep his team in this contest.
So Lee John has made his way to the crease. This one tossed up outside the off stump, allows this one to go through to keeper Natram. This one outside the off stump again. Ball just goes straight through, no turn on this occasion. So the end of a successful over there by Venner, getting the wicket of Dominic August.
Yes, a good tidy over there by Amari Venner, picking up the wicket and also not giving anything away to the Grizzly batters at the wicket. For Grizzly, we have Lee John, who's just walked out. He's faced some 2 deliveries without scoring, and Noel Leo, he is well set on 68 of 35 deliveries.
Yeah, certainly Noel Leo striking at 194.29. 6 fours and 5 sixes so far. So in the 35 deliveries he has faced, some 14 dot balls. So the long on, long off being posted. A man at the mid-wicket boundary, backward square boundary. And this one, Leo looking to tug this one towards the onside, sorry. Ball goes to the right of the man at the mid-wicket region, 1 run resulting. So Lee John would be facing to Dylan John.
Grizzly would be hoping that Lee John's mindset would not have been affected by what he saw previously from Dominic August. All that is required here is a partnership between himself and Noel Leo.
Well, Grizzly, certainly they have gone past the Central Castries first inning score, so they would look on to pile on the pressure. So far they lead by 60. So they certainly would want, by the ending of the day, to get something in the vicinity of 120 to perhaps even 150 run lead.
Yes, they definitely would not be wanting to leave any runs out in the middle.
Dylan John looking to be pitching the ball short, but his down the leg side is not targeted at the batsman, And one would consider him to be very lucky to have gotten away with those two short deliveries down the leg side.
Yes, and Dylan, from the moment that he has changed ends, he has looked to get a little bit more bounce from the end that he's bowling now. And we saw that Tariq Edward struggled facing him from that end. And this one, just close shave. Is that, how close was this one to the wicket?
Very close indeed. Lee John going right across the off stump, looking to work this one on the onside, and he could consider himself very fortunate that he was not bowled down the leg side. So John to continue, and this one full delivery, driven to the man at the mid-off region, no run resulting.
I could see a clear plan, I would say, from Dylan John trying to attack the right-handed Lee John with some short deliveries, pushing him back, and then going for the full one, trying to get him bowled or even struck in front of the wicket.
This one was short but kept a bit low, really. The batsman had to hurriedly come down on this delivery. So the end of the over there by Dylan. I saw a few wayward deliveries, but we saw the effort to look to attack the stump, and he needs to be bowling a little more at the stump.
Yes, he's looked to use that short ball to surprise or push back Lee John, and then use the fuller delivery as a surprise delivery to get him bowled or get out LBW, via the LBW route. But Lee John, he has been equal to the task. He's faced 7 deliveries and he's not off the mark as yet.
So Venia will be continuing to Noel Leo, and this one is tossed up, getting the inner half of the bat. Ball travels down to the mid-wicket region where a line box comes off the ropes. One more to the score. So Vena not afraid to give the ball a bit of air. This one short, cramping John for room.
I like this field setting here by Captain Nitram to Lee John, really applying pressure with the field setting, not giving him any easy singles.
Again, this one driven to Dylan John at cover. So Vena really having John playing at almost every delivery. This one outside the off stump just allows it to go through to wicketkeeper Natram. Again, just teasing him outside the off stump, but just a bit too wide. Not encouraging him to play.
Yes, Amari Vena is really testing the patience of Lee John. Lee John is yet to get off the mark. He's faced 11 deliveries. He's just bowling that line outside the off stump, tempting him.
This one short, looking to force it up the back foot, hitting it into the pitch, and the bowler comes across to his right, does this the fielding, and no run resulting. So good over again completed by Amari Vena.
Yes, Amari Vena, he continues to plug away there for his team, bowling economically. He's bowled 3 overs, picked up the 1 wicket and conceded 12 runs. He has managed to keep Lee John on strike, but without scoring. Lee John has faced the 12 deliveries, and at the other end, Noel Leo, he is 70 of 37 deliveries, and he will be facing up to Dylan John, who continues. Dylan John, he is into his second spell and will be bowling his 10th over of the inning.
And Leo giving himself room. This one has gone off the outer portion of the bat and has traveled all the way to the wide footman region for 6. So 48 or 6, backing away and really throwing the bat at this one. But 6 valuable runs nevertheless for his team.
Yes, Noel Leo, he continues to deal in boundaries as we see the 200 comes up for Grizzly. They are 203 for 5 in reply to Central Castries' first inning score of 136. And Noel Leo, he continues along his merry way, striking at 276 of 38 deliveries. He's struck 6 fours and 6 sixes. And he continues to take the attack to the Central Castries team, really batting them out of this contest.
Well, certainly haven't gone past the score of Central Castries. Just trying to pile as many as possible. Oh, good Yokalem delivery. Came down hard at this one. A ball bounces very close to the off stump. So good comeback delivery there by Dylan John.
Yes, we see a very good Yorker. One from the top draw from Dylan John. And Noel Leo managed to put his bat down in time to avoid being castled. As Dylan John is back to his mark to continue.
This one wide outside, you have some came off the thickish edge and just flew down to the footman region where Eli Box was filling wide but could not come across in time to cut off the boundary. So 4 additional more runs to Noel Leo and the Grizzly team.
Yes, and Noel Leo, he moves ever so close to that 3-figure mark. He is now 80 of 40 deliveries. The third man posted on the boundary was a little bit wider than usual and not able to come around quickly enough to make a chance out of this opportunity. So Noel Leo, he continues to play his shots, and so far he has been lucky enough that even off the edges he's been able to find the boundaries.
Really threw the kitchen sink at this last one there, and the lead has moved on to 71. And this one gets the inner half of the bat, travels to the mid-wicket region. We saw a good diving effort there by the fielder, but they were still able to scamper through for a single. So Noel Leo continuing to be very attacking out in the middle. He has moved on to 81, so 19 runs short of 3 figures. John plays this one very confidently into the cover region. So good delivery there, but gets on top of this one, plays it down to the wide footman region. They've gone for 1 and they come back for 2 easy runs. So good batting there by Lee John, just getting on top of this one and running it between the gully and slip region down to the Footman region for 4-2.
Yes, Legion would be relieved getting off the mark on his 14th delivery. Guiding this one down to the third man region and picking up 2. The score moves on to 210 for 5. Grizzly, they now lead by 74 runs.
Yeah, Grizzly certainly they are in the driver's seat there with Noel Leo well set on 81, and he's really taking the attack to the Central Castries bowlers. They certainly will need to see the back of Noel Leo before the end of this play, because he's one of those batters, if he hangs around for too long he really can hurt you, and he has clearly shown he's inclined to do so today, to be very positive. Strike rate of 197, and this one has gone and has struck the pavilion. It has gone for 6 over the long on region, and he has moved on to 87 now. 216 for 5.
Yes, a really clean hit there over long on by Noel Leo. He's just eyeing the off spin of Werner, and anytime that the bowler over pitches, he goes over the top. As this one, he goes back and punches this one out to the sweeper in the offside, who comes up, and the score moves on by 1. But Noel Leo, he continues to apply pressure to the bowlers, and once they air in the line and length, he's quick to capitalize.
Yeah, certainly he is really batted positively out there today. This one being played to the left of Sukwa at the point region, and they're able to scamper through for a single. Certainly Noel Leo would want to get back on strike because he's within 2 scoring shots of 100. He's on 88.
Yes, and I have called into question Noel Leo's ability to really bat for long periods of time. We know how dangerous he could be at the start of his innings, but he really needs to carry his bat throughout this innings for his team.
And this one, he has dragged it from outside the off stump, and it has gone over the stand at the mid-wicket region, and it has gone for another 6. So he's now moved on into the 90s. He has moved on to 94. So 1 scoring shot away from his 100. And I think if you have a betting dollar, you could bet that it's a possibility it will come in this over.
Yes, you did call it right. You said 2 scoring shots to bring up his 100, and he definitely heard you. So now it's 1 scoring shot, and I would be betting that if this ball is delivered over the eye line, he would need no second invitations to go over the top. That's just the nature of the man.
So there's the saying, sometimes you do get drowned in the honey. Certainly he has batted well enough to get to 94, and this one full delivery, driven down to the long on region where Kimani Sexius comes off the boundary, 1 run resulting, so he moves on to 95 to 25 now for the loss of 5. So good into the over there by Ivana. Dot delivery. Ball to Legion. So next over, certainly Noel Leo would be back on strike and just 5 runs short of what would be deserving century. Sorry.
Yes, Noel Leo, he deserves 100 today. He's batted really well. He's been explosive and he's been dangerous. He's applied pressure every time that Central Castries look to be coming back into the contest. He's counteracted that with some glorious shots all around the ground. Sorry, as we see a bowling change for the Central Castries team, and it looks like it will be finally Jaden Elibox in the 30th over of the innings.
Yes, sort of a late introduction into the attack. As you did indicate a little early on, he would have been the premier spinner on the team. But certainly he has come in late into the piece, and one would hope that he could make a difference immediately. So Leo, 5-run shot of 100. Certainly Jaden Lightbox, can he deny the young man those 3 figures? And this first one, he has flat batted shot, and it has gone to the left of the field at long. Or umpire signal 4, wasn't sure whether it was 4 or 6. He didn't inquire where the fielder, so it has gone on to, he has moved on to 99 now. So just 1-run short of 3 figures.
Noel really trying to bring up his 100, trying to go over the top. And for a moment there, he would have been thinking whether the fielder at long on would have been able to complete the catch. Nonetheless, he survives. He is 99. 1-run short of what would be a magnificent 100.
So the captain has decided he's going to bring in long on, long off. Jaden Lightbox also is calling the fielders from the Dylan John from the extra cover. The man at the backward score region, Theo Edwards, has been brought into the 40-yard area, so looking to restrict the single. So a bit of byplay there between the bowler and batsman. And this one, he tucks it and goes for the quick single. And Noel Leo has brought up his 100. So good knock there from Leo. Faced some 47 deliveries, 8 4s and 8 6s. Strike rate of 212. Certainly a good knock there by the young man in this finals for this Grizzly team.
Yes, and what a time to bring up your 100 in the final of the 2-day competition against your arch rivals. Grizzly for Central Castries is always a keenly contested fixture, and Noel Leo, he left no stones unturned today, producing one of his best innings on the local scene, and that's what you really expect from a player of his ability. As Jaden Elibox continues to lead on. Legion is back and punches this one. Misfielding the covers by Marivona, and they go through for 1. But to go back and to draw emphasis to the brilliance of Noel Leo's innings, he's striking up well over 200, 212.77 to be exact, and no bowler has been sped from the rough of Noel Leo today.
Yes, certainly he has taken the attack to every single bowler. He has just been very positive in his approach from the get-go. And this one is caressed into the cover region where Dylan John comes across. Cannot prevent the quick single. So Noel Leo is not just about the brute force hitting boundaries, but he's certainly inclined to look for the singles whenever they are available.
Yes, and that's a good hallmark of a good innings. A good player. One who is maturing at the right time in his career.
This one is driven to Tyler Sukwa at the mid-on region, sorry. No run resulting. So Legion 4 of 18. Good delivery brings John forwards. So good into the over there by Jaden Elibox, conceding 7 runs in his first over.
Yes, and it took all of 30 overs before we saw the ball being, or Jaden Elibox being called into action. But the man of the moment is Noel Leo. He's on 101 of 48 deliveries. He's played so well for his team, batted his team into a commanding position in this contest. They now lead by 96 runs. Just to remind our viewers that Central Castries, they were bowled out earlier today after being sent into bat for 136. As we see a change in the bowling, looks like it will be Aiden Scholar, number 5, to take up the attack, replacing Amari Verna, and he will be bowling to Noel Leo.
So this one been played to the point region with a shot to the fielder, no run resulting. So Scholar, the 8th bowler, been introduced into the attack. Noel Leo is back in defense, pushes this one to the right of the bowler who does the fielding. So a good decent start to the over so far. 2 dot balls to the attacking Noel Leo. And this one was short and he gets back and pulls it to the fielder Vena, who's at the long on boundary. Just 1 run resulting.
Aiden Scholar, I have not seen a lot of him, but I've heard only good things about this young man. So his captain would be expecting him to make the breakthrough for his team, what they badly deserve at this point, as the lead nears that 100 landmark.
Short and just pushes this one straight to Sukwa at the point region, but really makes a hash of it and they're able to go for easy singles. So Sukwa really giving away what should not have been a single, giving away an easy run. This one short, he makes room and cuts it to the backward point region. Is going close to the boundary and it has now hit the ropes. So the batsman Noel Leo continues on his merry way, but he didn't score on this occasion. Just a touch too short outside the awesome, really giving him the leeway to free his arms.
Yes, a lovely late cut there by Noel Leo as he continues to deal in boundaries. Aiden Scholar, he had bowled excellently so far. Just 1 delivery left in his first over. This one is short and Leo goes back and cuts. The fielder comes around and restricts them to just 1. The score moves on to 239 for 5 after over number 31.
Yes, the Grizzly team, they have brought up the 100-run lead in this over, 103. So certainly is very ominous signs there for the Central Castries team, having been skittled out for 136. And Grizzly, they are now certainly looking to pile on the pressure, and more so they are with a well set batter in the person of Noel Leo, who's 107, 9 fours and 8 sixes. So certainly he's well set, and he certainly would be eyeing a really big score. And this one looking to play that cross-batted shot. There's a possibility there was some bat involved. Just looking at the reaction of the bowler, he was a bit disappointed that the keeper, Stephen Nitram, did not hold on to it. But from our vantage point, we could not see if there was any bat involved. And again, a bit of poor fielding there. So it must be really disconcerting there for the bowlers to see runs being given so easily. The fielders certainly can't afford to be dropping their shoulders at this stage of the game. Every run is important.
Yes, the fielders, they have really not backed up the bowlers to the best of their ability today. On that occasion, I think the guilty party looks like it was Cipriani Norville.
And this one powerfully struck, and good effort there by, is it Castries? Kimani Castries? Yes, certainly this is the sort of effort that the bowler would want to see from his fielders. And this one got the under portion of the bat and dropped just short of Jamal James at full slip. John on the back foot punches this one to Castries at the short cover region. No run resulting again. So Eli Box keeping things a bit tight. He has only considered 1 run so far in this over. And this one driven uppishly, and he's caught by Theo Edwards at the backward point region. So the inning of Lee John is come to an end. Caught Theo Edwards of the bowling of Jaden Eli Box for 5. So timely breakthrough there by Jaden Eli Box.
Yes, Jaden Eli Box, like we would have said, is the premier spinner in the Central Castries camp, and he has done the job here, breaking this partnership. Lee John, he had not changed gears. He had faced some 24 deliveries for his 5 runs, and he really looked to be as watchful as he possibly could be. And on this occasion, one that was flighted outside the off stump, he tried to go through with an expansive drive, only managing to take the outside edge, outer portion of the bat, and a good catch completed by Theo Edward running around at backward point. Grizzly, they have now lost their 6th wicket on the score, with the score on 240. Timely breakthrough here for Central Castries, and they would be hoping that they could pick up wickets in clusters to really put some sort of pressure back on the Grizzly team.
Well, I think the wicket that they really need this afternoon is that of Noel Leo, because he certainly has been dealing in boundaries, and the longer he stays out there, the more runs he will accumulate. And this one is lofted drive straight over the bowler's head, and it has gone for 6. So effortless shot there again by Noel Leo for 6.
Yes, Noel Leo, he has no mercy this afternoon. Aiden Scholar guilty of overpitching this one on this occasion and hit straight back over his head for 6. Good positive shot there from Noel Leo.
This one short, just rocks on the back foot, pulls it towards Amari Vena at the long on region. 1 run resulting. So Grizzly now inching closer to 250.
It will be Isaiah Jones, the new batsman, to face his first delivery. Aiden Scholar into his second over. He's not picked up a wicket. This one is on the line of the leg slam and neatly worked into the square leg region, and the batsman they cross through for 1. And Isaiah Jones is off the mark.
Noel Leo continues on his merry way, and this one short but comes back at him, looking to force it through the cover region. Only able to get it as far as 6 years at the short cover region. And this one lofted drive again. It has gone all the way for 6. So certainly Noel Leo has targeted the straight boundaries, and he has executed to great effect.
Yes, really calculated risk being taken by Noel Leo, choosing the safe option, which is straight back over the bowler's head, and he has profited from that option.
Wide outside your stump, looking to force this one off the back foot into the cover region. Just 1 run resulting. Bit of an overthrow, but all ends well. So another over by Aiden Scholar comes to the end. Some 15 runs came off the second over, so very productive over there for the Grizzly team, and in the process they have moved on to 255.
Yes, Noel Leo has really not allowed Aiden Scholar to settle into his bowling this afternoon. So he's bowled 2 overs and considered 22 runs. And anything that has been flighted, Noel Leo has been depositing him back over his head for 6s in his last over. 2 6s. As we see, it will be Jaden Elibox to continue. And the Central Castries team, they will be hoping that Elibox can get the big wicket of Noel Leo in this over.
Yeah, they certainly need to see the back of Noel Leo. And this one is played wide of the man at the long off region, and it has gone for 6, has struck the rope on the full. So 6 more to Noel Leo. He moves on to 128. And this one, slog sweep. Good diving effort there by the fielder at the mid-wicket region, but unable to hold on. Good effort indeed. Yes, a drop catch there by the fielder. Kifan Shalmine. It was a good valiant effort there, but you really need to take those half opportunities, those half chances. You must make it count. And this one is down the track. It's up in the air. Possibility of a catch. And it is taken by Tyler Sukwa. So the end of Noel Leo. Certainly one would say just give it away towards the end.
Yes, a really aggressive knock. Ultra aggressive in this over. You could see he had it out for Jaden Elibox. He wanted all of him. And he kept going, he kept going, he kept going. And he finally mistimed one. And the catch being completed by Tyler Sukwa on the long off boundary on the second attempt brings to the end a devastating innings from Noel Leo in the finals of the 2-day competition at the Mindoo Phillip Park. The fans, teammates, we've all been treated here today Noel Leo 130 of 63 deliveries, 9 fours and 11 towering sixes. Central Castries, they would be relieved that he has to depart now.
Yes, certainly they needed to see the back of Noel Leo, and Jaden Liebox haven't been introduced into the attack very late. He has already picked up some 2 wickets. So one would really think, for what reason was he introduced so late into the attack? No, I think. But they may say, some may say better late than never, but the damage has been done.
Very often we hear the discussion about matchups in cricket. The plethora of left-handed batsmen in the Grizzly batting lineup. But quality is quality, and he is a premier spinner.
Yes, so the new batter, Jadel Cyril, certainly has a bit of batting ability. And as we did indicate a little early on, the Grizzly team, they bat very deep. Good ball there by Liebox. So good over, good productive over. The over in which you saw the back of the dangerous Noel Leo for 130.
Yes, and Jaden Liebox, and he's done the trick for his captain and for his team. He's picked up the wicket of Noel Leo, the wicket that they would have been looking for. And that brought, so we now have at the wicket Isaiah Jones. He is 1 of 1, and Jadel Cyril, he has faced 3 deliveries, he's yet to score. And Central Castries, they would be hoping to get the remaining 3 wickets as cheaply as possible with the lead already on 127.
Central certainly would need to put in the last big effort, perhaps look to see if they could wrap up the inning to give themselves a possible chance of coming back into the game. But we see young Isaiah Jones just backing away and playing this one to the right of Jamal James at sleep, and he was able to pick up 2 easy runs. So good sensible batting there by young Jones. Oh, good delivery there, just squaring him up, but certainly he was equal to the task. Good sound defense there. Again, short but backing away. Plays it to Eli Box at the cover region. No run resulting. So Central really has an opportunity now to really tighten up the screws. Big expansive drive over the cover, and it's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. So pin toss step given will outside the off stump, and Jones decided he's going to play the lofted drive and executed it beautifully for 4.
Yes, an effective and safe shot there from Isaiah Jones. The field had been brought in for him, and Aiden Scholar flighting this one, and Jones opting for the aerial route and picking up a boundary for himself and his team.
So Grizzly continuing to be positive out in the middle. Again, just backing away and steering it to the left of Sukwa at the sort of wide gully region, unable to scamper through for a easy single. So 5 deliveries gone so far in the over. This one was short and really kept low. Cyril looking to force this one off the back foot. Ball coming off the bottom edge of the bat. No run resulting, so the end of another over for Eden Scholar. A bit on the expensive side. He has completed 3 overs for 29, but one could spare thought for the young man. He was up against a merciless Noel Leo.
Yes, such as the brilliance of that inning from Noel Leo, where no bowler was spared or allowed to settle. And Aiden Scholar, he would feel a lot more comfortable now operating, knowing that Noel Leo is not out in the middle. However, Isaiah Jones showed that he too could put those loose deliveries away. As Jaden Eli Box, his team would be hoping that he can close out this inning for them as quickly as possible.
So this one tossed up a bit there by Eli Box. Jones looking to come forward. And shot outside the off stump, just guides it towards the fielder. Edward was at short footman. Tossed up and a missed opportunity there by the wicketkeeper Stephen Natram. An opportunity, this one tossed up there. Isaiah Thomas playing across the line. Misses this one, and poor effort there by the wicketkeeper.
Yes, a very average effort there by Stephen Natram, the captain of the Central Castries team behind the wicket. And Isaiah Jones trying to go over the top on the leg side with this one, missing this ball completely. Lucky to have not been bowled or stumped.
This one looking to run it down to the footman region again, straight to Theo Edwards. No run resulting. So certainly Eli Boggs, he has had an impact on the innings thus far. Shot outside the off stump. Looking to force this one. No run resulting. This one a little quicker, but again straight to Theo Edward, who is quick off the mark. No run resulting. So the end of another tight over there, completed by Jaden Eli Box.
Yes, Jaden continues to show his ability with the ball. He's bowled 4 overs, picked up the 2 wickets for 16 runs. And the more that we see him operate with and be effective as he has been, we question the decision to introduce him into the attack in the 30th over of the innings.
So Scholar to continue. This one tossed up, placed straight back to the bowler. There's his own fielding. So Jadal Cyril yet to get off the mark. He's faced some 5 deliveries. And this one short, but really did not bounce. And Jadal Cyril certainly was winding up, so hit this one over towards the cow corner region. But lucky or unluckily for him, there was no bounce with that delivery. Tossed up, just work this one off the pad. The possibility of a run out, and yes, there's gonna be a run out. Jadal Cyril has struck the ball towards the mid-wicket region, and Kimani Sexios came across, and there was poor communication. Jones never left his ground, and you could see the disappointment on the face of Jadal Cyril, and his reaction really threw the bat away. But they effected the run out, so another wicket has gone down for Grizzly. They have lost their 7th wicket, 272. In fact, the 8th wicket, 272 for 8.
Yes, really comical scene out there in the middle. Jadal Cyril flicking this one straight to the fielder, you would say, and attempting to go for the run, but Isaiah Jones not responding, standing his ground, and Jadal Cyril was left stranded. Both of them ending up in the crease at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, but Jadal Cyril has to realize it takes two to complete a run. So as much as he was calling one and Jones was not moving, he never made an effort to get back to the crease. He continued in his forward movement, and if two of them have ended up in the same crease, they're bound to be a run out, and he was the one who was the casualty at the end.
Yes, and credit must be given to the Central Castries fielder there. I think it was Kimani Sexius who came around quickly to collect that ball and keep his calm and return the ball to the keeper to effect the run out. So Grizzly, they have lost another wicket with the lead stretching now to 136.
Well, it's exactly what Central Castries scored in the first innings.
Yes, so they have.
So they do have to score more runs in the second inning than they did in the first innings.
Most definitely, if Central Castries have any hopes of making something out of this game, they would definitely need to bat better the second time around.
Well, I think with the likes of Stephen Natram, Stephen has the capability of playing the sort of innings that Noel Leo played. So if he can come out of there, because they have already lost on first inning, be sensible in the attack, take the attack to the bowlers, and look to get at least a lead of 150 runs thereabouts as quickly as possible, and see if they can make a match out of it. But having said that, the bowling would have to be much better. The likes of Eli Box perhaps would even need to open the bowling and just tie down one end.
Yes, and that is very good insights into what we could expect tomorrow on day 2. As it stands, Central Castries still have 2 wickets left to pick up before they could get another chance to bat again. And Bijan Fanis, Darwin Ford, and Isaiah Jones, they would look or intend to bat as long as possible and stretch the lead even further, closer to 150, 160 even.
Well, I'm certain they would want a minimum of 150, although, like I said, 136 already. It means that Central would have to get 147, so that is one more than they scored in the first inning if they were to lose 2 wickets at this point in time. But certainly, it should make for a really good contest. The game is not over yet. The whole day is played tomorrow. So the most important thing is to try to wrap up the inning as quickly as possible. And Jones on this occasion in the mid-wicket region, looking to heave the ball towards the vacant region. Ball coming up the inner portion of the bat straight to John at the backward point square region.
Just something to note, the manner of the dismissals of the last 4 or 5 batsmen from the Grizzly team. All of them would have came in with Noel Leo growing great guns at the other end, and we saw Tariq Edward getting out, trying to go over the top. We saw Dominic Ogis getting bowled, trying to go over the top. We saw Lee John getting caught at point, trying to go with an expansive drive outside the off stump. We saw Jadal Cyril going out via the run-out route. So whether they may have lost the plot in the middle part of their innings there.
Well, perhaps haven't gotten a first inning lead already. They were looking to continue to be very positive.
Positive they were indeed in the manner of their dismissals, and they have managed to profit from being positive. The lead now stands at 136. The live box continues to be economical. As Bijan Fanis will be facing up to General live box now.
So another tight over has been completed by Eli Box. He has completed his fifth over, 1 maiden, 2 for 18. Certainly the most successful bowler having been introduced in the 41st over of the inning, which still stands as a mystery for us why he was introduced that late. But certainly he has came in and he has tightened up the screws, and in the process he has picked up wicket. So scoreless to continue. A good delivery there to Fanis, who's stout in defense, plays it to the fielder at the short point region. This one is tossed up but on the legs, straight to the fielder again. Very bit of lackadaisical fielding there. What should not have been a single turned out to be a very easy single. So some of the fielders really are not supporting the bowlers at this stage of the game.
Yes, a very ordinary effort there, as we see Isaiah Jones looking to go over the top. And the fielder settles and completes a brilliant catch there. Theo Edward, it looks like, with his third catch of the innings. And Aiden Scholar, he picks up his first wicket. Isaiah Jones trying to go over the top, only succeeding in finding the man who had to run back from mid-on and complete a comfortable catch in the end. Grizzly, they lose their 9th wicket with the score on 275.
So the inning of Jones has come to an end, and in comes Davenport. So certainly the Grizzly team, they are in a very good position. I think if they can get to bowl a few overs at Central Castries real late in the inning, there's a possibility they could still pick up a wicket or two, and that will serve them in good stead coming in tomorrow morning.
Yes, Grizzly, they have really battered themselves into a strong position here this afternoon rather. They now lead by 139. And if Central Castries were to pick up the final wicket now, it would be a very testing period for the opening batters before the close of play today.
Certainly with the Mindoo Phillip Park having lost the sunshine, we already approaching 6 minutes to 5. So we have lost the sunshine at the Mindoo Phillip Park. It's never a good time that openers want to go out and bat late afternoon, so it can be a tricky period for them. Again, looking for that big expansive drive outside the off stamp. So good delivery there by Eden Scholar. This one is worked off the pad, but straight to Kimani Sexius at the short mid-wicket region. No run resulting, so the end of a good over there by Scholar.
Yes, a good over, or successful over rather, there by Aiden Scholar comes to an end. He has bowled 5 overs, picked picked up the 1 wicket for 31 runs. And Grizzly, they're poised on a 276 for 9. And the way that Beyond Fanis and Davin Ford go about this partnership would give us an indication as to what the talk is in the camp, in the Grizzly camp at the moment.
Yeah, a bit of sloppy fielding there by the fielder at the mid-wicket region. He has really moved really slow to date. Really, that should not have been a single. He's really not moving in with the bowler as much as he's supposed to. It's just a few steps and he has already planted his foot, so there's no forward, momentum. Here's the reason why he's always late in reacting when the singles, the ball is struck in his direction for the quick single.
Yes, something that the youngster there would be looking to work on. As we see Beyond Fanis well forward to Jaden in the box, and there's no run. Currently the field set is that everybody is in, saving the single. As Bijan Fanis drives this one back past the bowler, and this one will challenge the boundary, go through for 1, they come back for a second, and the fielder is able to haul this one back in. The score moves up by 2.
Yeah, good positive shot there by Fanis. Looking to punch this one off the back foot there. Ball goes into the gloves of the wicket keeper. So Central certainly needs to wrap this inning up as quickly as possible. A nice loop teasing delivery there by Jaden in the live box, really encouraging Fanis to go for that big expansive drive, but he really did not fall for the bit.
Yes, and the pair of Beyond Fanis and Davin Ford, they've looked to be sensible in their approach so far, not looking to be rash in their choice of shots, and they have picked up just the partnership 4 runs so far. And such is the devastation that was done earlier by Noel Leo. The run rate is still at a staggering 7 runs and over in this Grizzly effort. As we see, it will be Aiden's caller to continue. He is into his 6th over now. He will be bowling to Davin Ford. And Central Castries would love to get the wicket in this over.
Looking for the sweep shot, get its top edge. It has gone down for the short fine leg region, and they are going to come back for 2. So Ford is off the mark. And the score moves on to 279 for the loss of 9. So Central Castries is just 1 wicket away from wrapping up the inning. 145 this Grizzly lead. Certainly they would want to wrap up the inning before the Grizzly team can get to a 145 run lead. Psychologically, it always helps. This one goes across the batsman, allows it to go through to the keeper. So Ford, as we did indicate, looks like Grizzly, they intended of batting out the day's play. We're not seeing any sign of aggression from these two. And this one tossed up, full delivery there Ford really missing out on a golden opportunity to register a boundary for himself and his team.
I think he himself is surprised that he was not able to dispatch that delivery to the boundary.
Good Yokalam delivery there. So good bit of bowling there by Scholar, looking to attack the stump as much as possible. And this one is fired across the batsman, and Ford allows it to go through to the keeper Nitram. So the end of another over by Eden Scholar. He's 6. He's picked up 1 for 43 so far. And since the introduction of the spinners have picked up some 4 wickets. And you look at prior to that, you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 medium fast bowlers, and they only picked up 3 wickets between them.
Yes, the spinners from the Central Castries team, they've really come to the party for their team. And I mean, we're not sure what would have happened had they bowled earlier, but we could only commentate or provide feedback on what we've seen since they've been introduced, and they've done well for their team. Aiden Scholar in the last over, he looked a lot more comfortable since Noel Leo was dismissed, and we saw some variation in his bowling in his last over. And they would be hoping that Jaden Eli Box could pick up another wicket. It's just 1 wicket left so that they could close out the Grizzly inning and turn their efforts to bat in a second time around.
Yeah, tempted stumping down the leg side there by wicketkeeper Stephen Nitram, but the batsman was well grounded.
That's a big lead.
So just judging by the approach of this last pair, certainly look like they just want to just bat out the rest of the day's play. Not seeing the effort to get the boundaries. And one would think that perhaps Grizzly may be missing the plot a bit. That would be an ideal time to unleash your fast bowlers at that hour of the day. Like I said, openers are not comfortable batting late in the afternoon. This one was fired down the leg side, and it has come off the pad, and it has gone into the fine leg boundary. 4 leg byes. So the score now has moved on to 185, and the lead 285. Sorry, and the lead is inching closer to 150. It's 149.
Yes, and the partnership between Beyond Farnes and Darwin Ford has moved into double figures. That partnership is now worth 10 runs, a vital 10 runs, one would say. And it looks like we'll have a changing bowling. It will be another spinner.
Jamal James,
one known to have a golden arm, picks up crucial wickets when entrusted with the ball over the years throughout the different competitions, and he would be hoping to pick up this wicket for his team.
well, certainly a player that is always up for a bowl, for sure. And this one is first ball, and Darwin Ford has just whacked this one through the cover region for 4 with a broad smile on his face. Certainly not the sort of reception that Jamal James would have been expecting.
Yes, Jamal James greeted here with a glorious drive through the offside by Darwin Ford. And Jamal James might have been surprised at that shot from Darwin Ford. Score moves on to 289 for 9. The partnership now with 14.
Well, certainly with that shot, it has forced a change in the field. He has the extra cover fielder now. Tossed up outside the off stump, really looking to beat Davenport. Comes forward, the ball passes the outer portion of the bat. So Jamal James is bringing the fielder off the boundary ropes into the 40-yard circle. Tossed up again, looking for the big expansive drive down on one knee, not making any contact. So Jamal James a bit very meticulous in the field placing. Wants to ensure that the fielders are in the right position. And toss up this one. Davenport stout in defense. So Davenport really getting the support from the stands. I'm almost certain that his mom would be one of those in the stand. And this one lofted drive up in the air. Possibility of a catch there for Theo. That's his fourth for the inning. And the inning has come to an end. As you did mention, Jamal James, the man with the golden arm, he has brought the inning to an end for the Central Castries team. 289 all-out Grizzly, but good effort nevertheless.
Yes, and a brilliant innings from the Grizzly team comes to an end, and Jamal James picking up the final wicket, the 10th wicket of the innings. It was Davenport trying to go over the top, and Theo Edward completing his fourth catch of the inning. Safe hands, one would say. And Grizzly, they've really done well for themselves. They now lead by 153 runs.
Yes, good innings there. 289 all out. Looking at the scorecard quickly. Chad Goodman, he was bowled by Novel. Canel Cock run out. Kimani Melius, he was caught. Jamal James bowled Tyler Sukwa for 21. Leo caught Sukwa bowled Eli Box for 130. Tariq Edward was caught. Theo Edward bowled Dylan John for 17. Dominic Ogis was bowled Amari Venner for 2. Lee John caught Theo Edward bowled Jaden Lybox 5. Isaiah Jones caught Tariq Edward bowled Eden Scholar for 9. Jadal Seal was run out by 6 years for no score. Beyond Furnace not out on 4. And Davenport caught Theo Edward bowled Jamal James for 8. So the successful bowlers for Central Castries, Dylan John, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 87 runs, 1 wicket. You had Kimani 6 years, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, no wicket. Tyler Sokwa, 5 overs, no maiden, 44 runs, 1 wicket. Clifton Shalmine, 3 overs, 17 runs, no wicket. Cipriani Norville, 3 overs, 32 runs, 1 wicket. Amari Venner, 4 overs, 27 runs, 1 wicket. Jaden Lybox, 7 overs, 2 maiden, 21 runs, 2 wickets. Eden Scholar, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 33 runs, 1 wicket. And Jamal James, 5 deliveries, considered 4 runs, and he picked up the final wicket. So the spinners, one would say towards the end, they were able to pick up some 5 wickets. They were brought in late into the attack, but they were able to really pull things back when they were introduced.
Yes, and they really, one would say, as bad as it may look, looking at the scorecard, they really kept Central Castries in this contest. Because hadn't it been for the economy of those spinners and the effectiveness of those spinners, we would have been looking at a lead of well over 200 runs.
Yes, so certainly what would be on the minds of the Central Castries openers really would be to survive this evening. It's pointless they look to go too hard at this hour and then lose a couple wickets. I'm certain that is what Grizzly would be hoping for. So their main aim really would be to survive. I mean, if a loose delivery comes along, then you certainly would have to put it away. But the whole intention would be to bat out the rest of the day's play and then come in tomorrow and look to see how quickly they could overhaul that lead and then see if it's possible to get at least 100 and maybe 50 runs to really make a match of it.
Yes, and one thing's for certain is that the Central Castries unit, they would have to bat better this time around. And word out from the middle is that play continues up until 5:30 this afternoon. So the openers, they have about 20 minutes to survive, one would say, because they definitely would not want to be losing any wickets this afternoon.
Yes, so with that being said, we'll take a quick break and we will resume when Central Castries would be taking strike for their second inning.
So we are back here at the Mindoo Phillip Park to see Grizzly in Central Castries in the second innings. So it will be Theo Edward to take first strike. So remember, this morning Grizzly won the toss and they inserted Central Castries into bat, and Central Castries was bowled out for 146. And the top score for Central Castries was Jason Elibox with a box slain 471, 44 balls, 5 fours and 7 sixes. And in the turn of the crease, Grizzly they scored 289, all out a lead of 153. And so in the second inning, Central Castries, Theo Edwards get a delivery outside the off stump, going for the flash. Makes no contact, but there was an appeal. But umpire McVeigh is on move. So it's a tricky period, just around 20 minutes left around that. So the two openers, they will want to stay there until the end. But Grizzly will want to make an early breakthrough. Take 1 or 2 wickets to put Central Castries under real pressure. So Theo Edward, he didn't score much in the first inning, so he will want to stay there and come in tomorrow and put some runs in the board for his team. Fanis from the far end. Up to the wicket, balls to Edward. Edward gets a good delivery on about middle and leg lifting delivery, but it's a no ball. And so Central Castries, they are up and running, one without loss, a no ball, but it was a good delivery despite the no ball. Picking some height, and Theo Edward had to ride it because there is somebody at forward short leg.
Yes, and a very enterprising field setting, field placement by Captain Kimani Melius, 2 slips, gully, man at point, the only guys on the offside, and then we have a forward short leg, fine leg on the boundary, square leg and a mid wicket. And he did give a sign to Beyond Fanis to pitch the ball short. So it's a clear plan that is being employed here by the Grizzly team to be aggressive at the opening batters from Central Castries.
Yes, they have all the reasons to be aggressive because they are on top in the game. And that last delivery was a wayward one from Fanis down the leg side. And Theo Edwards could not get back to ball. So one without loss. So Fanis, he had 4 wickets in the Central Castries first innings, and he will want to get many more as he comes in. He's after there, passes him by McVeigh now. Goes to Edward, and that was Fish's bouncer, and Theo Edward really played it well, chopping his wrist and penning backward and letting that one pass. But that was a very good bouncer there by Beyond Fanis.
Yes, aggression there from Beyond Fanis, and exactly what Captain Melius would have asked him for. Before he went out to bowl, you heard Melius saying to him everything. And now we also see a change in the field. A man is now posted on the square leg boundary.
Yes, so that might be a trap. He might be expecting a shot, and it might be a yorker. Let's see. As far as short one on the ribs, but Theo Edwards played it well down to short fine leg area, and they go through for a single. So 2 without loss, but some aggression being shown there by Beyond Fanis.
Yes, and it's something that Beyond Fanis really enjoys doing. He enjoys running in and bowling short. I think at training, that's something that he really does look forward to do. So now that he's been given the license here with maybe less than 10 overs left in the day's play, that is something that he would relish, running in and bowling as quickly as possible and being aggressive and at the batsman.
And as I said, he had 4 wickets in the Central Castries on the first inning, so he's still up. And as I said, that's a tricky period for the openers. but they will have to weather the storm and stay there until the end and come back tomorrow fresh and see how many they can get. But beyond Funnies and the Grizzly team will have other ideas, and they will want to make early breakthrough as Funnies comes steaming in from the far end. Passes umpire McVinham and bowls to the batsman, and he plays over the ball, and the ball goes through the wicket keeper, and there is no answer. And so they they have given the Central Castries a bonus run. And umpire McVin signal dead ball. And so we have a new keeper, Dominic Ogis, is wicket keeping. So after that knock by Noel Lee over 140, probably he's a little tired, and so Dominic Ogis is doing Jesus behind the stumps.
Yes, and Dominic is no stranger to keeping. He has done so in previous competitions for the Grizzly team. So Noel Leo is posted at short leg at the moment with the helmet on his head. So he's still padded up in a different capacity.
So I said he may be tired, but he's not. At forward short leg, and that's not an easy position to fill. So Kimani Melius is marshalling his troops. He's looking for a wicket or two as Funnies prepares to come in once more. Well, he doesn't deliver. Umpire McVin signaling dead ball.
Yes, Bijan Fan is pulling up midway in his run up here, and he's only bowled 4 deliveries in this over. And the Grizzly team, they would want to remember that this is not much time left in the day's play. They would want to bowl as many deliveries as they possibly can at the batsmen.
Exactly. So they will have to really carry on with the game and try and get as many overs as possible. As Funnies steams in from the far end and goes to Vena, and Vena doesn't play. And wicketkeeper Dominic Ogis collects behind the stumps, and there is no run. So at the end of the over, Central Castries in the second innings, there are 2 without loss.
So we only had time for one more over in the day's play, and the Central Castries openers, Theo Edward and Amari Vuna, they were able to survive that hostile over from Beyond Funnies with the score on 2 without loss. They trail by a further 151 runs. A good day of cricket here at the Mindoo Phillip Park, a good start to the finals of the 2-day competition. Promises to be an exciting day tomorrow with the game set as it is. Central Castries, they trail by 151 runs, so they have a lot of batting to do. Grizzly, on the other hand, would be looking to pull them out for less than 151 so that they can get an outright victory. So this promises to be a good day too. Tomorrow, Joe.
Yes, so we are hoping to have some good cricket by tomorrow. But as you said, so Grizzly has taken 4 innings, and so they will try and bowl out Central Castries for less than 151. So as it stands, Central Castries in the second innings, they are 2 without loss. So on behalf of Greg Wilson and Dexter Solomon, and our statistician Roland Cox, and our producer Mr. Oliver, who brings you the cricket, it's goodbye, Joseph St. Martha, and until tomorrow.